Oh, that was a big pop. Sorry. I just popped you. How's it going? How's it going, Madam You, Paloozer? Yeah, this is such a banger of a soundtrack. This is one of the games that came with the Xbox, the original, and oh boy, I've never recovered. There were a couple of those games. They got embroiled in all kinds of legal trouble. I guess, I don't know, Jet Grind Radio versus Jet Set. That wasn't really a legal thing. It was kind of just, there was something with that title already. And then they just never made more until Bomb Rush Cyberpunk took up the mantle. And so I feel like I need to play that game, and I haven't. Never Meet Your Heroes, I guess. Yeah, Jet Set Radio Future, or Jet Grind Radio Future, depending on your locale. Such a banger of a game. It wasn't hard. You just pushed the A button a lot. But it was very cool. And of course, the soundtrack didn't detract from the rest of that. Actually, it's a little awkward on revisiting it. But I clocked many, many hours in that game. We got to make decisions today, huh? I got to make decisions about where stuff is going to be. That's tough. It's a tough part about this type of thing. I've been watching a little bit of Benji, and he's been playing Satisfactory. And it is the same part of the brain. You watch these streamers that, you know, don't know nothing about what you do, and they start building a factory, and suddenly they completely understand the concept of inputs, outputs, and power, which is essentially all you need to know to lay out a circuit board. There's a couple little things here and there, and generally, hey, what's up, Milk? Generally, you know, I take stuff apart as an academic exercise to kind of look at the traces, and this isn't a good example. You can't really see anything going on this one. But as an academic sort of exercise to look at how other people are making things, and it's sort of an osmosis kind of thing. You expose yourself to the types of things that circuit boards look like, and you can kind of glean a couple things from that. I mean, you don't necessarily need a course in electricity and magnetism, although I have taken those. So I do actually have that knowledge, and I apply that to building the circuit boards, and maybe that's where the line is drawn. This is very distracting. All right, are we done with that noise? Okay, thank you. I guess the line is drawn with the understanding of electricity and magnetism and how it works. Because when you're laying out circuit board traces, it's not really going to matter until you get to some really hardcore applications. And then you get to those hardcore applications, it matters like to a large part. You're like, why is there noise here? Whereas in a factory game, you're not going to run into that. All that stuff is swept under the carpet. Not that you would have electricity and magnetism interacting with your factory game because it's stuff on belts, but you know, it ignores things like if the belt clogs up, the belt doesn't like sand away the bottom of the parts on it. It should. That would be a funny mechanic to have. What's up, Tom B? What the heck is that thing? What is that thing? PSP high. Oh my god, it's so frenetic. All those emotes are very, very happy. Must be on drugs. Not really sure how this is going to work. Float like a butterfly. A blutterfly. Oh, we gotta get actual work done. I'm not looking forward to this. I don't want to make these decisions. I want them to be made for me. I want everything to just kind of work. There's going to be a lot of holding parts down and flipping the board over because this is all through hole. I've been awake for 2 hours already, made $600. I feel productive. Yeah, I would call it a day. That's pretty much. Oh, look, it's more than I make in a month. All right, I'm done. I'm kicking it back. It's unfortunate that the YouTubers out there, the Madamuse and whatnots, won't hear any of this music. But I guess that's okay. You don't have to, you can just open up the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack, and that's generally what we're wiggling to. Oh, how's everybody doing? I've had solo dog duty. Solo dog duty. She's been a total dream to take care of, though. I mean, Willow's easy. She's real easy. You just take her for a couple walks. She says hi to her buddies. I had a neighbor. Two neighbors were walking with their dogs and gossiping. Because, you know, I hear everything out there. I know everything that's going on in the neighborhood, but they were gossiping, and they're walking with their dogs, and they come up to Willow and says hi. She says hi and everything, and, you know, I'm not sort of walking around the circle with them. And so she decided, one of the dog owners decided to tell me a white lie. A little white lie to say, we're doing a workout here. And it's like, bitch, you just stopped and talked to me for like 2 minutes. If you want to keep walking around the circle because you guys are gossiping, you don't need to lie. You don't need to lie to me and tell me that you're working out, because neither of you look winded or anything. You're just walking around the circle, and I'm not. So I don't need to lie in my life. I know it's polite. I guess it's one of those things that you just kind of go along with, because if you're like, that's a lie, then you're the asshole. You end up being the asshole. It's these little social interactive things, these little things we do to be normal. I just thought it was kind of funny. I don't know what to do about the, where's that? D- and D+ are on these pads. And so I can't put them on headers. And that makes it harder to, like, the microcontroller is now not plug and play. I can't just plug it in. Power and ground are, of course, on the headers right next to them. But D- and D+ are not on headers. It's like, what do I do? I think I don't want to separate those, although there's an argument for separating them. There's an argument for that. H2 scratch 1-4. Who wants the hardcore? I on the 1-4. Yeah, I see the test points, but I don't think they're for... They might be for D- and D+. But there's nowhere for me to hook it up. Like, I can't put a header. I wonder if a header would fit on, like, if I cut the pins from a header, but then I'm pulling on the pads when I pull this thing out, and these headers grip pretty hard, so I don't really want to pull the pads off. 9, shoot for 9. 9, shoot for 9. It'd be nice if there were, like, you know, the 0.1-inch spaced hole right next to, like, going inward towards the board. That would be D- and D+. Because then I could put it on a header and solder it down. And be able to reach them. And then I wouldn't need an extra, like, wire to plug in. But now I need to solder to those points and have a little plug sitting underneath the microcontroller. Probably use these smaller ones. Check it out, y'all. 9, shoot for 9. Yeah, that'll fit right there. 9, shoot for 9. So funky. Oh, there's like no room. That's fully down. And then this thing on top of it. It has to be a right angle. Right angle or bust. Yeah, because that doesn't fit. There's not room for a connector under there. You can see the... Oh. Some of these let you just bend the pins down, but I don't know if there's enough pins on these. It looks kind of like it'd do it, but it'd be surface mount once I do the alteration. Unless I add pins to my pins. I think I just broke the plastic. Ow! That actually doesn't let you bend it very well. Ace 2 scratch 1-4. I used to listen to this song a lot. I played a lot of that game. for a game where you just press the A button a lot and aim your character at stuff. I am the winner. On a hot hand. I need to plug something in order to bend it like that. I just totally ruined this one, but that's okay. I guess I could turn it into a right angle against its will. It's going to be fairly damaging to the part. We'll do it the right way. Unless I have some kind of a surface mount plug, I might. Used to hoard stuff like that. It's going to be in the way bottom of this bin. And since this is a specialty application, I can use those one-offs. What's up, Goldtop? On. We got the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack going on. Yep. Tighten. I have to constantly tighten up that camera equipment. It comes loose. Back when you really knew you were listening to techno. Oh, these are my tiny fans. They're very small. I don't know what I'll ever use them for. I got them for the memes. All right, special connectors. What do we got? Oh, there's some weird stuff in here. Oh, yes. Best game ever made. The soundtrack was amazing. It was, I don't know if I'd call it the best. If you revisit it, it's a little awkward. And it was very easy. You just hit the A button a lot. But for me, at my age, at that time, it was awesome. It was one of the better games out there. And it came with the Xbox. I was like, what is this crap? And then I'm like, this is a good game. Where'd my Tweezies go? But yeah, like I said, you really knew you were listening to techno back then. You really knew you were listening to techno. They made sure of that. Jet Set Radio Future. It's what the sound. We're listening to the soundtrack of that on Twitch. If you guys can hear the music, all right. These are weird 4-pin ones. Never really have a use for them. I can't recall playing that one on the OG Xbox. I'm pretty sure it came with the... It was a launch title. They had it on Dreamcast. Was it originally Dream... Wait a minute. What did I play this thing on? I'm pretty sure it was on the Xbox as a launch title. I could be mistaken, though. Was it only on the Dream... Was it... I gotta look it up. You're gonna make me look it up. What's up, Gonad? Homebrew game programmer for the Xbox. We're talking 20 plus years ago. Don't quote me on this. I don't want to look it up. If I look it up, then it'll have a date associated with it, and I'll know precisely how soon I turn into dust. Oh, there's a little joystick. It's a little input. A little XY input right there. Is this a joystick or was it a twisty? No, it's a joystick. It's a little directional guy. Hey, you can feel it click. Cool part. This shouldn't be down with connectors. I should have put that into this build, the module testing module. All right, I have to answer these questions. Wait, they'll just clip into the... What a terribly put together soundtrack of YouTube video. I don't think it was this abruptly into like the middle of a track. And his wife. It's his 30th birthday. 2002. for the Xbox. Sequel to the Dreamcast game Jet Set Radio. Oh, yeah, I'm looking up the JSR-F. And so the sequel was on Xbox. I see. Refined gameplay, updated graphics, larger world environments, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I played the original on... Was it a launch title? Control F. Launch. Yeah, it is a launch title. Okay. In the Japanese and European regions. Funky, funky, cool game. There's also another one, and I forget what the name of that one is. Oh, Sludge Life, I think. That sort of is very, very... It's like a similar environment, but it's not a skateboarding game or a skating game. Rollerblading game. Yeah, 2002. When I graduated high school. Played the Dreamcast one at a buddy's house. Yeah, I think a similar thing. This is a very shouty song. So this could be our data. Chat, this could be me and you transferring our data. This one's tiny, but will it work in the proto board? Or a hot break? Now I could solder this here as a plug. It's a little bit of both. It's a little Yoko Ono, it's a little Bjork. Bjork. There's a lot of shouting. Yeah, there's no extra sugar, extra salt. Ridiculous. I love it. Love it. Love me some weird music. I mean, push comes to shove, I could maybe get solder on those two anchor pins like that. It would short out to the test points, but those don't go. These don't go anywhere. These little wings, they don't go anywhere. They're just anchor pads. So if I could somehow get a little bit of solder to get onto those, then maybe I would be able to sync D- and D+. But either way, I'm just probably going to solder the wires down, and then this will sit. Oh, this takes me back. I loved all this kind of music back then. They say video games influence you, but all those of us who would play Pac-Man would end up taking pills in the dark. Oh, wait a sec. Exactly what happened to us. Yeah, so that'll fit pretty well. I can get all the solder that I need to onto it. I could probably anchor it double like that. Do it just in between. Chasing ghosts. You know, became ghost hunters. We don't have to make it. We do it like this. And then the wire loops back like that, so that when you unplug it, you don't immediately pull the wire. That'll do. That'll be the special plug, unfortunately, that we need, because Paul Stoffrigan is an ass, and he can't manage to run D- and D+ to a couple dedicated pins on his platform. It is a tight, there's a lot going on this thing, and I understand why it was done that way. I just wish the implementation of offset pins was used in some manner. And I know there is less than no room on this board for design, but like we get this one here for VUSB, and you can cut a little pad at the bottom to disconnect 5 volts from VUSB. So you can separate that out and make that all part of your power system. We get a battery hookup all the way over here. I would not wish upon the designer to run USB contacts through their entire setup all the way to the back here. That would be hell. Hell on earth. But maybe a little room right there. Maybe a little room right there. What if I desolder this? Maybe there should be a 0.1 inch spaced hole under it. I forgot how awesome the soundtrack is. Hey, what's up, Tim? I like Bjork. This is definitely Yoko. I also went around eating random mushrooms and stomping on turtles. Oh God, you're a menace. The last board we spun up still lacked clarity and test points for certain signals from watchmakering. I haven't done a board in a little while. I've been resisting the urge to spin up a board, and Satisfactory came out with its 1.0, and I've been watching Benji because he streams like a little bit before me, and so I end up parking myself in the computer for some reason, wasting all my time. He was doing all of the considerations that he had for how he was going to run belts in and out of all of his factory buildings, and I'm just like, he's building a circuit board. He doesn't know it, but he's building a circuit board. These factory games are the exact same sort of vibe we get when we build circuit boards. Now, there's a little bit going into it. Good morning, California time. Oh, you're in California time. All right. All right. So it's early, like a morning streamer for you. I'm on the East Coast. But yeah, when laying out a circuit board, I mean, there's this extra element of the electromagnetism running around. But if you're doing stuff like we're doing, which is just like haha funny bullshit stuff, we're not getting into like RF. Then those electromagnetic considerations are just negligible. You don't have to do anything with it. So all you figure is, all right, I'm going to put ground everywhere, but then how do I do the inputs, the outputs, and the power? And you figure out what the hierarchy is, and you come up with, you know, which traces you want to go there directly, what's going to be cleaner, what's going to look nice, what's going to feel nice, what's going to troubleshoot easily. Those are the considerations. You just come up with a hierarchy of those needs, and you jump in, and you just get going with it. It's the exact same thing. So Satisfactory is an amazing training tool for sort of the mindset of the circuit board layout. God, I love this soundtrack so much. YouTubers will just think I have some kind of a brain condition, but we're actually listening to the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack, which was a great game. It was an easy game in an era when games were getting very easy, because all the normies were starting to play them, and quarters were no longer a major consideration for gaming. 2001 wasn't when that happened. That was way before 2001. That was like the end of the console, the beginning of the console generation, because it was the first generation of consoles that had all the games that were designed to just eat quarters, and so they were intrinsically extremely hard. Whereas you started to get more story-driven stuff after that, and now this is on the precipice of collection games. This is a game where the stress was that you had to collect a lot of stuff. And in Jet Set Radio Future, it was collecting all of the graffiti points and collecting the power-ups and stuff. Not power-ups, they were like cans of spray paint that you would use to then mark areas on the map. So pretty cool. But there was a whole overarching plot to Jet Set Radio Future. I don't really remember Jet Set Radio, the original. I don't differentiate the two. But if I wanted to have cheap viewers, I could buy them on... I gotta put that on a poster and just walk around TwitchCon with that. Buy cheap viewers at... Video game OSTs are the best thing to mindlessly do stuff. A friend of mine does that, and he does it like clinically, because it's music that's designed to be in the background. That was a red pepper flake from leftover Chinese food. I'm full of carbohydrate today. I really made a mistake eating leftover food for lunch. But anyway, the game OSTs are designed not to take the limelight in the game. They're designed to sort of blend with the background. Not this soundtrack. This soundtrack's designed to be extremely funky and cool to listen to. So it's a little bit more distracting. But if you do like the Halo OST in the background when you're like studying, then it really makes you feel like Master Chief when you're taking that test. Wait for the boss battle. Stop playing games. I love this song. I love all these songs. Stop playing games. This should be my Twitch anthem, because we don't play games here. I haven't played games in a long time. I have not played games in a long time. We need to do like a gaming Saturday at some point. This would be a good Saturday to do it, but I'm not set up right now. I have little bits of setup that I kind of want to redo. I really want to break down my entire setup and build it back up again. Do Bother 2.0. Actually, Bother 1.0, we're on like Bother 1.9, because it's like I have done all of these little improvements to build up this sort of design of the stream. Doing it all at once would be a little bit daunting. Maybe I should try to come up with new animations, and then jump off from there. I laugh at how small my Steam library is, considering I used to be into games. My Steam library is enormous, but it has the rate of growth has tapered off. I go for more selective stuff at this point. It's like, am I gonna play that? Am I really gonna play that? Do I need to play the AAA game that everybody's mad at for some reason? No. No, I don't need to do that. But I do want to play Sludge Life and Bomb Rush Cyber Truck, or whatever the hell that game is. That's sort of, both of those are sort of on the heels of this game. The rage bait of the season. But it's not like the game companies are trying to do rage bait of the season. The game companies go, we, like, statistically, people play this kind of game, so we made this kind of game for you. And everybody goes, why did you give the woman hair? And they just, God fucking damn it, that's 2. Somebody's account got taken over. Why woman in game? Fucking gamers. You guys, the gamers are the fucking worst. But it's like everybody decides to jump on sort of a rage train for a little bit. It's gross. It's really gross. We already have the cheapest tiers. We're already here. Why are you calling us, kicking us while we're down, calling us cheap? This is a weird song that I would never listen to. Would you ever just go, I want to listen to this song? The one with the, like, circus stuff. It feels like a circus. Nobody would listen to this song. Why did they put this on this? This is the weirdest track to be on the soundtrack. I want to listen to the song that goes ba-ba-doo-ba, ba-ba-doo-ba. Weird. Why y'all so weird? Oh, the post won't fit with that right there. That's gonna have to move in. We'll make those considerations in just a minute when we start soldering. Like, maybe you put this on in like a weird party with weird people, and they might start like swing dancing to it, maybe just as a joke. I don't know though. I don't think so. I don't get this song. I'm gonna make like almost a MIDI song entirely that sounds like you're at some kind of a swing circus. I'm this close to skipping it, but just leaving it on for the novelty. This should be pretty cool when all this stuff comes together. I don't think we need all the side pins of these things. What are the side pins again? 1, 2, 3, and 4. What is that all about? Like that, like this, like that. Demp, Xsmit, Thumped, Analog 3v3, Fult. Well, the Analog 3v3 might... I don't have a 3v3 reference that's that great. I don't know what Flirt, Demp, Zmit, and Fmt are. But I guess we don't need them. We need the serial input, and then I need the right and left out. And the grounds are there just to keep the signal nice and clean. I don't think I'm going to include them, though. I think we're sending dirty signals around this thing. Although it is a piece of test equipment, I don't think high-frequency noise is really going to be a thing here. I don't think any of this stuff is capable enough. Not to mention, ultimately, our interface is 140 by 32 pixels. There's not a lot to see. What kind of camera are you using? Zoom in for the PCBs. Camera. Cam. Scope. There it is. I know my own commands. I'm not a lazy streamer. I will also verbally explain it if you're looking to up the resolution and the capability and quality of your setup. Look no further. Bother has done all of the work ahead of time, although his setup is very much catered to him. I am a creature of my environment. The setup that we have as a creature of my own environment, I have a Naga arm which is a higher quality. It's like a mid to high quality magic arm, which means, you know, it magnets onto stuff. This is the platform for a soldering iron thing. It's actually exactly the same one that's under this right now. So that lends that a little bit of weight. And I use it because it's steel and it's magnetic. So I have the magic arm on this. I can move that back and forth if I really need to. I never do, just because this is so far away. The Naga arm I got because it's stable. It's very, very stable, because any sort of a bump in the desk translates to wiggling over here. I need to come up with a new mount for this section, because this section is the worst. This is where all the vibration comes from. There's a spring in here because this is meant for a dial indicator, and if you crash into your dial indicator, you don't want it to explode. So this isn't very rigidly mounted. I need to come up with a more rigid mount. Aside from that, the webcam itself is a Logitech C920. The C920, through a company called Kurokesu, can be relocated into an aluminum enclosure. Of course, most of the C920 is not needed. It's probably about this big when you get rid of all the speakers and stuff, but since it's all on one big circuit board, you have to put the whole thing in here. Mount straight to the wall? No. I mean, that would probably be good, because then the only way that I could shake it would be stomping on the floor. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could get something like this pole, the pole that holds up this light, and I could mount that on the ceiling and have it drop down. But it still would be a big moment arm, so when I'm moving it around, it would look like shit. Love you. Boom, boom. So anyway, music, listen, YouTubers, you guys can't hear it, but it's an absolute fucking jam. All right? The music is really good. You just can't hear it. Kurokesu makes these things. They'll relocate the camera for you if you want them to. I did it myself because I'm a tech person. I really want to get into this thing and route out the edges here, get rid of this USB socket and put a USB-C socket in it. Because if I bump this, because this has had a lot of use and a lot of movement, this is loose. And so if I bump this, it freezes the camera. But this will take your C920 and turn it into a C-mount. Now, you can avoid all of this, and you can buy an actual C-mount microscope if you want. I just happened to luck out that on the Amazon order of a C-mount to Nikon DX, what the fuck is this? What is this? It's a Nikon something or other from my DSLR that I bought in like 2010. It's old. So this mount spaces the lens from the sensor. The sensor is a lot smaller than what the DSLR used to have as well. So both lenses are meant for a completely different purpose. Both pieces of equipment are meant for, both the sensor and the lens are meant for a different purpose, and then we put a bunch of space in there. And what that did is it turned this into a microscope. The thing about it is that it now also has 2 feet about of standoff, which means all of my tools fit underneath this. So it's kind of a cool setup. But it's locked to this distance unless I do a bunch of other alterations. Basically, I fired blindly into the dark, and all my shots hit. So now I have a 60 FPS high quality 1080p webcam. You know, Twitch is like 920p, so yeah. You can dance on the bench now. Maybe if I used one of my other monitor arms, I could have that come out from the wall, and I would need a big beefy mount on the wall, and then I could have the mount and then the Naga arm, and I'd have 2 things that would be all woobly, but it wouldn't wobble because with this setup, with the Chinese magic arm, the cheap ones that I had, you were able to see my heartbeat in the wiggle of the camera if my leg was touching the desk. Just my leg touching the desk. Everything woobled, and you could see my heartbeat. I have a ceiling mount medical lamp in storage that others told me to slap a camera inside. Yeah, see, that's how you do it. That's what I did with this. That's where this arm comes from. It's not medical, but this is a blue microphone mount. And the thing about the blue microphone is it's a piece of garbage. However, this stand, this mic stand, pretty good. It's meant for a blue microphone though, so it's meant for a very weighty, girthy microphone. What I had to do is go into this pole right here where there's an aircraft cable that connects to a big spring. And so I threw out all the old stuff, and I went to McMaster-Carr and I spec'd it out exactly to get one that was much less springy. So it can barely hold itself up, but the Logitech Brio is very light. And so that's on an LCD mount that has 2 ball joints and rubber on the ball joints. Although I took the rubber off, I probably shouldn't have, but that's what lets me kind of do the immediate direction of the camera, and then I can hang this thing, you know, just above where I'm working and move it around. Magnet-based gooseneck lamp stand. Maybe. Gooseneck makes a lot of noise. It crinkles when you move it, though. This song is possibly my favorite one on the entire soundtrack. And it was also, I believe, on Tony Hawk. It's the Allison Aisle 10. Yeah, I mean, you could try it. Whatever works for you is probably not going to work for everybody else. That's the thing. But like having this thing able to float up around where I'm going, and then also lucking out with this thermal webcam. The thermal webcam from Goopgets? From Groupgets. Goopgets is a totally different website. I wouldn't recommend going to it. This gives me a high frame rate thermal camera. Very low resolution because thermal cameras are super limited by ITAR, at least US made ones. However, foreign thermals are coming along. I would start looking into those. I should probably do that too. I just don't have a couple $100s to spend on anything anymore. But I had to come up with my own enclosure for it. I should probably reprint this in one of my better looking filaments. This is a little bit McDonald's, this washed out purple. It's not as striking purple as I would like it to be. I could probably do this in translucent blue and it would look a little cooler. I also need to give it a power switch because this thing physically wears away when that little thing comes in. Saw a pair of $8 thermal binoculars on YouTube earlier. They were 1280 by 768. Ooh, yeah. The problem is I need to like modify the lensing and stuff on something like that. Thermals have come quite a ways, and people overseas have figured a lot of stuff out about them. Had an array of, what the hell is a bolometer? I don't know what that is. One of the cooler things, and I don't know if any other companies they're probably catching up on it, but having a super sensitive image sensor instead of night vision. So instead of having a tube that you take to high voltage with, bounce, whatever they are, the high voltage plates, the excitation plates, whatever the hell. Instead of that, you just have a normal camera. It's just super sensitive. And so in almost no light, everything looks like there's light. It looks like the sun's out, but there's no moon. There's no visibility. It's kind of amazing. An array of bolometers. They're for hunting deer and stuff. Hold on. Bolometer. A bolometer is a device that measures radiant heat by using a material that has temperature-dependent electrical resistance. Oh, interesting. So like PIR detectors. Although that's passive infrared, not directly heat. Incidental IR. I've never heard it called a bolometer. Bolometer. Absorptive element, such as a thin layer of metal connected to a thermal reservoir through a thermal link. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. This song is ooh-wooing, and we never knew. We never knew. We were all too young. This song was ooh-wooing. He's ooh-wooing in the background. You can hear it. We were so naive. Yeah, maybe your bolo tie can have a bolometer while you play the game Bolo. Interesting, I've never seen it before. I've never heard that term, and I've never seen that before. As somebody so involved with, like, thermal crap. Little metal strips for each pixel. Crazy. Craziness. Yeah, and eating bolognese. Yeah, there you go. You got a little jar of the stuff. A bolognese and bologna sandwich with your bolometer while playing bolo for the Macintosh 2GS. I'm seeing bolo so much that it's just stopping all relevance and meaning. I'm getting semantically satiated on that word. Good old semantic satiation. Okay, how horrible is my glucose level right now after leftover Chinese food for lunch? I did give myself a big bolus of insulin. I did that. I definitely did. I can't even read the number. Oh, God. I may have to inject more insulin. This is like going to be a health crisis soon. It should start going down in a minute, but goddamn it, was that a lot of sugar. Not doing good. I'm going to give myself another bolus of insulin because my body's not going to listen to this fucking micro injections from my pump. I need to give my body every advantage. And it's going to cause a crash, and I'll have to take a break to go chug some orange juice to level it out. But I think right now what I need is a bunch of insulin. So I'm going to tell my phone that I'm about to inject 10 units of insulin, and it's going to fight me on this one. Double arrow up. That is not good. Dash. Oh, no, not dash. Home. Insulin. Don't bolus. I'm giving myself another 10 units, motherfucker. Another 15 units, motherfucker. Yeah, you can't do nothing about it. See how long that takes to propagate over to here. Guess what I'm allowed to do on Twitch and you guys aren't? Bolus. That's right. You guys are seeing it here on thermal cameras, on web cameras, through an overlay of hyperglycemia. And I'm allowed to do that. Unless Twitch wants to talk to the ADA. Shutting up on Twitch. Challenge. Impossible. Parentheses. All right. Well, I'm going to let that sink in for a minute. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's already propagated. My phone By the way, this overlay is just a web page on the internet. Anyone can pull it up. And by just a web page, I mean it's a specific URL for my glucose records. Oh, shooting up on Twitch. Well, shutting up on Twitch is just, it's all the same. Yeah, I'm using insulin asphalt. Insulin asphalt. Probably a $300 bottle. No, this stuff was the cheaper stuff, and now everything is supposedly going down to $35 soon. But in the 90s, it used to be $20, and it was still $80 a month in order to get the sweet, sweet juice of life, the thing that we all need. This is like water. You make your own. I don't. I buy it from a store. I buy it from a store run by executives that think that they're God. Horrible. What's up, Pound Sand? Panda Sand? My glucose level is double arrow up in a bad place, so I need to hit the hydration and then I need to hit the insulin. And so I just hit a huge hit of insulin. Let's get some hydration in here, and then let's work instead of eating. If I get bored, I end up either eating or drinking, and I got to change that habit. It's been bad for me. I'm way overweight. To the degree where we're talking about bariatric surgery at my appointment on Tuesday. Again. Again. Yeah, so I don't know. Should I get my tubes tied? My stomach put in a bottle, basically? I'm thinking about it. I have to do like group therapy in order to make that happen, though. They make you do group therapy and all kinds of other stuff. Don't do it. Nothing else other than testosterone has worked. And the doc doesn't want to put me on testosterone because my red blood cell count is too high, because I drink at night when I get bored, and then I end up sleeping like shit. Take up smoking instead. Smoke what? That would help too. Although that wouldn't help with the eating. I would overeat. Having the right schedule is maybe what I need to be doing. Fixing my schedule and quitting drinking is just going to happen. I just need to do that. It's a matter of boredom on my front. And that's the unfortunate thing that smart people do, is they justify things to themselves. Oh, just drink tonight. Doesn't matter. So I think I need to do that a little bit. No testosterone hormone treatment can spiral the hormones out of control and have the opposite effect. Listen, the last time I was on external testosterone injection, I fixed my schedule. I woke up in the morning on time. Oh, this is the more striking one. Fixed my schedule, woke up on time, took up bike riding, lost almost all the weight, and was in really, really good shape. And everybody wanted to know, what's your secret? My secret was work. I just did the work, And if you exercise a bunch, you get less hungry, and your hormones get better when you start losing weight and all that stuff. So the spiraling effect was that I took external testosterone in order to have the hormones of a normal person. Oh, look what works. But unfortunately, the doc was not comfortable putting me back on it. He doesn't do that whole testosterone thing. My new old doc. So it's been kind of an uphill battle to convince him to let me go on it. They suggested surgery over Ozempic. Yeah, apparently I can't take Ozempic. I don't know why. They said I shouldn't be taking it. My doctor got like mad when I was like, hey, what about Ozempic? But also, I don't think they will assign Ozempic to a type 1 diabetic yet. I was on medications like it as a type 1 diabetic because I'm a big fat guy. I've taken, meds like it. Vitamins aren't going to help me, man. I'm a sphere with arms and legs, right? That's not gonna help me. That's not gonna, vitamins aren't gonna undo this. Oh my God, my whole body's shaking as a result of poking me. Anyway. It's a dire situation. I need to do something, and I think it's just gonna be hitting up the discipline dial just a little bit more. I don't know about, bariatric surgeries look a big deal, but it might be a thing to do. They need Ozempic for the needy, normal people who just want a pill to gain eating disorders. I don't think they're artificially causing a shortage. I don't think so. I don't know. You never know with these medical things, but it's like there is a shortcut for everybody magically losing weight, and it's these drugs like Ozempic, and it's like, why are we vilifying this? I don't know. They should make it like $10 a dose and flood the market and just make money hand over fist. But that's not their I don't know, whatever, their model. I was considering hooking my exercise bike up to Twitch. And not just Twitch, but also as a game controller. I bought this big flat bearing that I could put under the front wheel that would allow me to steer, ostensibly, and then we could hook one of my 3-phase motors up to the tire. 10,000 point redeems ride a mile. 10,000 points and the Ozempic syringe hits me in the neck. You guys have a lot of bits today. But then power throttle based on how much I'm pedaling. And I have an oil stand. I have one of those oil reduction stands that does the makes it feel like you're going just slightly uphill. And then I could potentially use motor controls in order to brake the motor, B-R-A-K-E, the motor, that we would be using to sense how hard I'm pedaling. And the braking could be controlled by bits and stuff. So the amount of input from the pedaling versus the amount that it's braking versus my steering inputs could all be influenced by bits donations. It's a big project. It's a lot to do. But then I could do exercise bike streams where I'm doing something like Wreckfest or BeamNG, and then I would be cruising along and everything would be totally fine, and then somebody would donate a bunch of bits and I'd go, ah! And then fall over because they put the thing on full braking. Bovinet, thank you for subbing with a Prime for 4 months. Bovinet, thank you so much. They'll charge whatever they can get. One of my meds is several thousands per month. My wife has great insurance. Good, thank God your fucking wife is. See, I don't have that, and so I was, many years ago, I was this close to like starting to look for a house. I was like, this is a down payment for a house. I'm ready to go. Let's take a look around. Where the heck did my channel point farts go, says Disco House Days. You've been here before that. You've been around. The certificate, the SL whatever certificate was up, and I tried to re-up it, and it got complicated, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna put this all in Node Red, and so I've got a whole nother project to get the fart box back up and to get my OBS interactions back up. I'll get there. I'm gonna get there. We're just waiting on some stuff to happen with the file server. Overtaking someone could reduce the braking by a step. How would that work? We demand the ability to fart remotely into your lab. You can do that. You are the owner of tubes. You could run that all the way over here. I wouldn't mind. I would mind dearly. That would be very weird. Technically, all the toilets are connected. Uh, yeah, so it'll come back. I just need to bring it back. Procrastinated flatulence. Yeah, but I was thinking that would be a good like exercise bike stream, and then I don't think I could really swing that 3 times a week. I would do an hour of biking 3 times a week back when I lost all the weight and I was fit and everything. I'm perfectly spherical. Both of my cousins on my mother's side, not Disco House Days. Disco House Days is a stick figure. I didn't get the stick figure genes. I didn't get those genes. Oh, look at me, my hormones are perfectly fine and I'm a normal shaped person with a normal appetite. Fuck you. I didn't get those genes. I got my side, my mother's side of the family genes, and so I am a sphere with arms and legs. It's terrible. I'm not a stick figure anymore. Call me bloated today. Well, you know, you could tell her it could be worse. She could look like me. Or you could look like me. Whatever. Fuck. I'm so tired. But yeah, no, I'm talking weight today just because I had a doctor's appointment on Tuesday, and my doctor has no bedside manner. He has no bedside manner at all. And he's one of these very stoic kind of people. So naturally, because I guess I have no self-confidence, I have to make him laugh. I have to make him laugh about goddamn anything. And so I'm trying to crack jokes and everything, and he's trying to tell me that my weight's kind of dire. It's bad. I'll say that next time. No, I didn't influence you in a bad way. What do you call those blob figures kids draw? I don't know. Squiggly lines is like Dr. Katz. That's like different. Actually, Dr. Katz, yeah, Dr. Katz is the one squiggles, and then Home Movies as a follow-up. The Critic was by my book. Anyway, this is the Jet Set Radio Future soundtrack. I decided to put that on because it's a banger of a soundtrack. We're going to do soldering today. We're going to do soldering. It's going to be simple stuff, too, which is very akin to all the factory layout games that are a tadpole person. Yeah, maybe. I think that I did used to draw people like that. Just a circle with arms and legs. We're going to do soldering, and it feels a lot like Satisfactory. If you guys know, Satisfactory is in its 1.0 phase, finally. They've a pseudo release. There's a lot of cool features that they added that are very interesting. I haven't gotten into it because every playthrough of Satisfactory is 350 hours. You get embroiled in it, and it feels, it stimulates, it pokes that part of the brain that I use when I lay out a circuit board. When I lay out a circuit board, I'm looking at the main components modularly in groups and saying, here are the ins, here are the outs. Where does the power go? Where does the power come from? It's all the same stuff. It's the same part of the brain. So all of these gamer-brained people going out and playing Satisfactory, like, you're hired. Help me lay out the circuit board. People generally aren't like champing at the bit to hire people to lay out circuit boards, though. That's generally not the way it is. Laying out circuit boards is like a privilege. I talked to a friend of mine who works in like space science, and I was like, yeah, I was looking for a job. Like, you know, maybe I'm good at laying out circuit boards and stuff. And he was like, nobody does that. Like, that's the fun part. That's the fun part for the scientists, apparently. So instead of getting a job in fun, I decided to stream on Twitch. That's another job in fun. Huh. Weird. A Twitch-powered exercise bike would be a pretty cool project, though. That would actually be a neat one. How quickly could that go together? That could go together very quickly. With a teensy, you can turn anything into a game controller. The interactive part of it would have to come from my Twitch front end, which we don't have yet. I need to get Node... Well, Node-RED already runs on the file server. It's the MQTT broker that would be managing the signals back and forth. So actually, if we got an ESP on Node-RED... Yeah. Maybe we don't need the MQTT broker. MQTT broker is just for my light sockets. So if we got like one of these guys, one of the Wemos D1s, to have a couple nodes that would do interactivity stuff, this could become technically a game controller. Or we add a radio modem to the ESP, or sorry, to the Teensy. I think it'd be easier just to turn this into a joystick. The slower I go, the lower the quality of the stream. You guys can't see that? Hold on, I gotta pedal more. It wouldn't be a one-day project, that's for sure. But it wouldn't be a one-year project either. I was saying, you put the Ozempic syringe on channel points so that I'm biking along and then the syringe goes, BAP! Ah! Auto injects me. I'm all juiced up. Yeah, my endocrinologist was adamant that I cannot go on Ozempic. He was like, no! And I'm like, oh! Why are you getting mad? I was like, hey, do you think maybe, like, you know, we could do something, you know, like Ozempic? And then he does the Bilbo Baggins face. He goes, ha! And I'm like, ah! Whoa! Hold on one sec, I gotta set something up. Do. Where the fuck? It's so hard to find images these days. No, don't open that up, stupid computer. No, why can't I find a good one? Hold on one sec. So that one's from the Wikipedia article, and then I got to go through the whole Wikipedia article in order to find it. And I just want a cromulent picture. This'll do. There you go. So I'm like, hey doc, do you think like maybe we could try Ozempic? Like, could I go on Ozempic? And he's like, oh come on. And he's like, no. And I'm like, ah, okay, all right. That didn't really work out that well. There are plenty of drugs that will make you slim. Yeah, I'm already in Jardiance. It's clearly working. Clearly it's doing a great job. I've been on it for a couple of years. It makes the insulin that I take more effective and keeps me from using too many supplies. But yeah, anyway. I'd be swapping out pumps like they were, I don't know, something you swap often. There are different ways to be slim. You don't need Ozempic. Yeah, I know, but that's like cheating. You can cheat. I want to cheat. No, I need to get back to skipping meals. I would skip meals all the time, and so I need to get back to that. That's just the only way that it's going to work for me, is if I get sleep and skip meals, and then breathe out all of my fat in the form of carbon when I'm doing stuff like running and jogging. I need to get back to the exercise. I've been walking the dog plenty, but all that exercise equates to like one slice of bread, so it's not that impressive. All right, let's get to work. I'm gonna get this song out of here. Wow, there's a lot more soundtrack to go through. Let's just hit pause right now. There will be no fade outs. Welcome all 2 or 3 of you. What are we doing today? Gotta get back to the gym and only have coffee for breakfast. I don't eat breakfast. I never have, and maybe that's part of the problem. I should have smaller meals, you know, coupled with all the other diabetes things that are going on. I do actually, the reason that this is like this is because I did not have a small meal. I had a big lunch. This is a mistake. I have a lot of insulin coursing through my veins right now, though. 35 units is crazy for a normal person. For me, that will eventually influence my glucose level to spike down. And when it spikes down, I need to wait until it's in range, and then I need to eat a little something, and it'll start coasting again. But anyway, welcome. Thank you for joining my stream, where I do nothing but complain about medical problems the whole time. Don't complain about medical problems. It's not a good look. I did it during my whole intro because I fell into a trap of talking about myself. It's not good. It's not good. People don't like to hear that stuff. 24 kilometers per day, my bicycle keeps me slim. That, you know what? And it kept me slim, not slim, but it made me a little bit more svelte. So maybe I get back into that a little bit now that I've got a little bit of room in the other room, and we don't have people coming over, and maybe I hook that thing back up and dedicate like an hour a day to it, because an hour 3 days a week, and maybe cheat on Fridays. That would probably be the way to go. Just like ADM on a ham radio. I don't know what that means. I'm not that into radio stuff. I know a lot about RF and RF design and characterization and stuff like that, but I didn't do a lot of ham radio stuff. I know it's like a logical place for the electronics nerd to sort of, you know, diffuse into, but I haven't done a ton. Ham. Pickle Surprise. Look it up, it's on YouTube. They found a high definition version of Pickle Surprise. It's amazing. 80 meters is all people talk about is complaining about a health issue. Really? Oh, 80 millimeters, all people talk about is complaining about a health issue. So they have a ham radio, of all the people, have a term for that. It's also a phenomenon with people who don't have a lot going on in their lives, except for medical stuff. I had an aunt that was like this. She would talk about medical stuff almost entirely. It's not great. I fell into that during the intro of the stream because I just had a doctor's appointment, and it's just a thing people do. They just talk about health stuff. I really appreciate listening to streamers and content creators that come up with just inane bullshit to talk about. It's a really nice skill. It's sort of an improv skill to have. It's something that I want to build up a little bit more, is the ability to bullshit about just about anything so that I don't just talk about medical stuff. It's stupid, right? I've got a lot of considerations to make in my life and some things to choose to do, and most of them involve getting disciplined, which, you know, clearly I'm good at. I guess I'm good at it with the projects, but not with like myself. I gotta focus on that. So I'm gonna do that. You guys don't need to worry about me. You guys don't need to think about me. In fact, just turn your brains off, close your computers, and throw them in the dumpster. Go out and touch grass. Why am I losing viewers? Anyway, we're gonna work on soldering today because it's Friday. I don't really want to use my brain meat too much. Like I said 3 times during intro, a lot of people are playing Satisfactory 1.0. Satisfactory is a game where you put down stuff that has inputs, outputs, and power. That's what we're doing. This is why working with modules is so fun, because all we do is plop stuff down on the circuit board and go, what does it need in? What does it go out? Where does it get power? I live in the city. Grass is 2 blocks away at the park. You can get one of those little desktop things of grass so you can just touch in Grassington. And trains. We don't do trains in electronics, all right? So electronics, I mean, a lot of the stuff we're doing, at least with audio, is very much akin to that. I put down blocks like they're assemblers, and then I figure out where's power coming from, where's power going, what's going in, what's going out, is it fed correctly, what's it eating, that kind of stuff. So last time, we figured out approximately where we were putting all of this stuff. Now, we're starting to run out of room here. I think I only have just enough space to put this stuff together in a way that... Oh, SteelSeries, I have fucking Stockholm Syndrome on. I keep buying SteelSeries stuff, and it keeps dying. Not breaking, dying. It'll die, it'll just stop. Like, oh, boo, ha, 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 click, 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 using my mouse, and then it's just like, ah, and is dead. And then this one, in fact, the scroll wheel started doing weird stuff. So we took it apart live on stream, and I fixed it because it has the very common trappings of wear and tear computer hardware that I've learned to fix myself. So out of just being poor, out of not wanting to buy another expensive mouse, I've learned how to fix things like a base model switch by prying the metal apart and tightening up it a little bit. Because things wear. One of the biggest sins that SteelSeries had was on their click for the scroll wheel, they had a plastic barrel. And instead of putting, like, I don't know, you'd put like a bearing on it or something, like put a piece of brass on it. No, instead, they had the Omeron switch button directly on that spinning barrel. And it would support the one side of the barrel as it spun. And the other side had the encoder and something to capture it so that it wouldn't wobble. But it was spinning directly on this mouse button. So as you were scrolling, you were basically lathing both elements so that the switch would get a divot in it and the barrel that was spinning would get a divot in it. And so you went to click it and it would only just click. It would then chatter. And so you'd center click something because you want to see it in a new browser window. And all of a sudden you have 10,000 browser windows open. And you know what I did? You know what I did after that? You know what I did? You know what I went out and did? I bought another one of their fucking mice. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I have Stockholm Syndrome for SteelSeries. Why? What is my problem? The recursive divot, yeah. They're both made out of cake, and they wear each other away. Yes, it is some kind of a game, as it is on Steam. Satisfactory 1.0. Satisfactory is a factory building game, so you basically have something that mines a material, it goes on a belt, the belt goes into a thing that turns it into something else. Sometimes you need two materials to make a material, and so you put all this stuff together and scale the factory, and you balance all the levels so that all the materials are getting to the stuff at the right time, and then you have to run power to certain things in order to run certain devices. It is just like laying out a circuit board. It's a little bit more simple because, of course, they don't want you to get bored. Laying out a circuit board can be work at times, but the factory game, of course, sweeps all that stuff under the carpet. You don't have to worry about that. Go build your factory. It's a lot of fun. I like games like that. They're very, very fun. All right, so anyway, we sort of have an idea of where all of our stuff is going on this thing, and we're running out of room for components. I have to sort of pull a couple tricks in order to get everything into the right spot. I would like everything to be in sockets, so we'll have to look at the op amps later. It's possible that I could just order a bunch of sockets off of like Amazon. I hate to order sockets because I hate using sockets, but in this case, we have a piece of basically like a research device. So I want to have the ability to swap out things that I accidentally explode. If I blow up one of the op amps, I would like to be able to remove it and put another one in. Or maybe if I decide that I want instrumentation op amps in, I would like the ability to pop these out and put it back in without having to spend time soldering and sweating all over this thing. You know, that's just preferential. You don't need to necessarily do stuff that way. Oh, one thing I didn't do was I need to buy breakouts for these two. I only have these in surface mount, so I need to buy breakouts for those. So we'll leave the amplifier board to its own devices. In the meantime, we need to start putting together this board right here. Now, this board right here is going to contain the Teensy 4.0, the powerhouse of the cell. This thing will absolutely do everything I need it to do and be bored while doing it. It's a very powerful processor. This thing's going to run the screen. I've already started designing the screen, and I don't know why Fatanon replied to my efforts with lol. I don't know why he said lol. I don't know if that was antagonistic or what was behind his lol at my picture of the displays that I was going to put in. I'm very self-conscious about that now. Anyway, yeah, this is going to run everything. We need plugs to everything surrounding it. Also on this board are my digital things. So the things that this microcontroller is going to be communicating with to create channels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 output, and then the 2 analysis input channels. So although we have the capability of outputting to all 6, we will also be able to use 2 channels of input, but these are all sharing the same plugs, which I guess is a sort of a thing that I've done to myself. But that signal is going to need to go up to the 2 muxes that will connect and disconnect either the inputs or the outputs. So yeah, all this stuff is interconnected, and it's all going to be using JSTs. Although maybe it shouldn't all use JSTs, but that's just what I have. Why is this like weird? Why are you weird? What's going on there? Something under it? Oh, it's the screws under it. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense. I was like, why is this floating off of the bench? It doesn't make sense. Why does it tilt like this? It's because there's a screw underneath it that's holding the post up. So because I'm stacking all these boards, they have to get progressively smaller as we go up because this whole thing is sloped. I could have tried to make this into its own module, but I figure I don't think there's enough demand out there for a modular synthesizer testing module. You know, I could build this thing up and I could give it the ability to analyze its plus 12, minus 12 input, possibly even a 5, and I could design a circuit board around it, and I could maybe sell it as a kit. I could sell it as a kit and put it all together, and then ship it off to people for like $300 to $500 a unit. But I don't think I'd ever sell one. I don't think anybody would buy it. You guys certainly wouldn't. You guys are watching Twitch. There may be 1 or 2 of you out there that would do it just out of pity for their streamer, which is a weird place to be, but I would feel bad because I'd be like selling people these things that like they wouldn't use or need. Could send one to Speedy Cat. He's doing a bunch of synthesizer stuff in the future. But anyway, I'm just doing this as a one-off. This is just for me. Sell it on Etsy. It would be a kit. It would be a kit in that you would get the code off of GitHub and program up this thing that I send you with it. That would be the kit. Everything else would be built on the custom PCB. Of course, I would also have to learn how these circuits go together and put, as individual components, not as modules, put those on the final design. It's a lot of work, actually. It'd be a lot of work to put this into a PCB, but I just don't think there's going to be any demand for it. I really just don't think anybody's going to buy something like that. Like if I had a synthesizer shop, maybe that would be useful. I'd sell one of these and like a bunch of other units, but then I don't know, because you see them. Look, you see them on these sites. Module synthesizer tester. There's motion at my garage. What's going on? Microtwist 12 HP module tester. This is a big knob. We've got a small knob. Our knob is not very big. I'm a little self-conscious about it. $195 almost makes me want to just buy it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they added a MIDI plug on the front. This is probably exactly the Mutable Instruments, just designed on their own circuit board, and it's $200. Much cheaper than I think I would sell mine for, because mine is so one-off, and it's also got already a $100 screen on it. Probably $75 if I buy like 20 of them. I wish I could get open source hardware, huh? I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with this. I wonder if it has anything to do with this. Plus, if they're copying the Mutable Instruments design, that's bad, actually. That's really bad. It's actually kind of naive. And I'm only assuming they copied it just because their ins and outs are exactly the same as the Mutable Instruments design. When two devices parallel the exact same features, I'm a little sus. I'm a little suspect of that. All the Mutable stuff is out there with I don't think it's an MIT license. I think it's like a buy me a beer or just an open source hardware license, which means that if they're also using the code, then they should put it out there for free, the source code out there for free. So that's sort of the license that they've agreed to. And so they're well within their rights, to build this thing. It just seems like a bad idea to do that because this is an early Mutable Instruments project. This is an early one. And while it probably works just fine for all intents and purposes, Emily, I keep trying to say Amelia because of the stupid accent mark. Amelia of Mutable Instruments has gone through a progression of design. And this is not their latest design. If you take notes from the latest designs, you can then apply them back to this design, which is kind of what we're doing. Only I've added to the whole equation that since we have so many outputs that are run from these little I2S D to A's, we can have 6 universal IOs on this thing. Whereas these are dedicated to a task, which is an easier way to design something. You can see that they're like clock out, gate out, CV out, audio in, gate in. So those are the 6 channels as fixed on this testing device. And maybe that's all we need. Maybe I won't ever have to, change it up, but I like making it more open-ended, so we can assign these to whatever we want. I could have had 8 channels too. 8 channel in and out even. Actually, I probably could have turned crimes and ornamentation into a universal testing module. I always say it in the wrong order, and for some reason Julian always corrects me on this. Crimes and ornamentations. It's terrible spelling. Ornament and crime. Ornament and crime is a universal I/O. I don't know how universal is it. I think that's dedicated I on one and O on the other. You need a Teensy 3.2, which you cannot find. You can email Paul Stoffergen and get a Teensy 3.2 from him directly, or you can look up the update to this, because there's an update to the circuit board that makes it Teensy 4 compatible, which means you have a Teensy 4, you have a DAC 8565. You could probably turn that into a module testing module, to be honest. So crimes and ornaments module tester. Ornament and crime for dummies. I need to read up on Ornament and Crime because it's a very powerful module, but I don't... what do you feed your Ornament and Crime? Talk me into or out of. Desktop version. Beta testing. I feel like you could build that into a module tester. I feel like you could give it a little bit of code, and it could be a module tester. One function at a time. ONC is basically a DIY module with an open source code. I'm not a builder, but you can find reputable builders, a long list of customer reviews. I could probably have jumped directly into code with this project, although we would have only had 4 outs instead of 6. Oh well. This is, by the way, for some reason, what I'm doing right now, this is step 0 when you're doing a project. You should look up what else exists. I don't know what, I've kind of fallen into doing a step 0 on this by just looking at what's for sale. I was trying to put a price point on a module testing module. You can buy the circuit board for the module tester. This one's this is a Synthrotech. For $20, $30? What the heck does it do? Synthro, what is this? Oh, this is just a power tester. I see. Interesting. All right, anyway, hyperglycemic brain. Let us get to just soldering stuff. So what I am doing right now is the factory game typical layout thing. I should make a tester for my module testing module. Unfortunately, that's where the math breaks down, and you're taking the derivative of a derivative of a derivative, and you end up with jerk. This is my module testing module. This is my module testing module tester. My module testing module to test is this module right here, and this one right over here. And this one's my module testing module fixer. So yeah, it breaks down to just be test equipment after. After this, it becomes test equipment. Because this is a derivative and insists upon itself. I'm the module testing module. Look at me, I'm the module. That was not the good voice. I can do better voices than that. So 3.3 volts as it exists in this system, I don't think I'm going to need a lot of it. I need a little bit of it up here, and then I need these things to be 3.3 volts. Actually, all right, so I guess I'm going to have to put in a big 3.3 volt regulator. So we'll put in that big guy right there. And I think that this makes up to an amp, and we're not going to need an amp. I thought the 3 volts from this would be adequate, but I'm remembering now when testing this stuff that when I had all of these plugged in, this thing would get overwhelmed. So yeah, we're going to need to dedicate a little tiny thing to power right here, and then we can send 3 volts to other boards. It's unfortunate I don't just have a big pin header that goes up from all of these boards, but I don't think I'll put that on a separate connector, but I'm going to need a 6-pin, so then we'll also need power, and then we'll need I2C on that to go up. Not I2C, we'll need just the CMOS to go up to this. I2C has to go all the way up to this board. This, I believe, is 5-volt compatible. If I make this 5-volt compatible, it could potentially handle serial to the stream, blah, 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 blah. Or I just do transistor level shifting. I'll probably just do transistor level shifting. Maybe we can jump the screen to the board here, and I do the... Yeah, this one isn't, though. That was one of the shocking things about the TNC4, is that this is not 5-volt compatible. The TNC3 existed in a world where there was a lot more 5-volt stuff, and because I'm a relic of the past, I still have a lot of 5-volt things, but I guess these modern chips just go, screw it, everything is 3 volts now. They're going to start saying they're 1.8 and 3-volt compatible as if they were gifting us the gift of compatibility. It's going to start getting annoying, chat. Most stuff that's 5 volts is from like the 90s, the 80s and 90s. Before that, everything was 12 volts. But yeah, we're moving towards everything being 1.8. This is a 5-volt screen. All of its modern equivalents have 3-volt compatibility, which is very unfortunate for us. Okay, so this thing does not have a header for USB. It's another one of the really frustrating things. Some of the extra functionality on the TNCs they do by like having an offset pin that's like 0.1 inch spaced inboard. I wish they had one for D- and D+, but they just don't. So what we're going to have to do is solder a pair of wires to the underside on the D- and D+, and then we'll plug into the rest of the stuff from there. And so when I plug in USB, that is going to power this device. I may need to do the 5-volt cutoff. But if I supply this with 3 volts, I guess I'm going to be supplying it with 3 volts from here. So we're going to bypass the regulator on this. When this plugs in on its own, then it will be powering this, but the 5 volts won't go anywhere but to this internal device. Yeah, I think that's how it's got to work. Just thinking about what happens when I have the power supply on and I plug it into USB. I don't want all of the power to suddenly meet together and blow everything up. But when I plug in programming, I want it to power the microcontroller as if, but not everything else. So I have to make these little considerations. Thinking about diodes. If I hook this to the 3-volt input, it'll still run its internal regulator though. Won't it? Will that mess up the internal regulator? Maybe not. You can have like internal regulator fighting if you're not careful. So 3 volts is here. I can't see the traces. It's all too small. It's too small. So if you want, you can cut off 5-volt power from the rest of it. So if I cut that trace right there with the jumper on it, what would happen is if I plugged it into programming, I wouldn't be able to program it unless I turned on the rest of the device. What's that? I'm from the 5-volt generation. It's, you know, it's just where technology moves. It's just how technology moves. All right, so let's start with these power connectors. So I'm going to have basically an isolated little power block sitting on the side of this board. And what that is for is just so that I have my metered power sockets able to be gotten to. They're not going to be sandwiched under a layer like they would right here. Like all the other power plugs, the ones that are running to the other boards, those are going to be sandwiched within a layer, but this one will go up to the top here and there will be a circuit board on top of it. So in order to get to, because remember, this is a testing module. This is not the permanent module in here. This one is. But with this here impermanently, I need to be able to plug it into a power header. So that's what this is for. I could save space on my board and just make an adapter for the one power setup, which probably would be a good way to do it, but I'm going to do it this way and we're going to suffer the consequences. We need to make some decisions and have them stick every now and then. I've been talking a lot. Let's do some soldering. So all this stuff moves with the idea that it will come back soon. And these 3 things are what I'm going to solder down. Now, this is too big. This board is too big for my vise. I have a larger vise. Yes, the USB connector is 5 volts. You're correct. But I could just put it down on this heatsink. Or I could use the board holder. I don't really need to use the board holder, but if we're going to use the microscope and do some soldering, I should probably lock this thing down. Now, remember, in doing electronics, it is not against the law to just take a big piece of Kapton tape and tape your stuff down to the table. I don't generally do that because I have a lot of different board holders, and it's nice to have things positioned so that I can get cameras on it. But if I am doing like a silly little electronic project where I don't have to get to the other side of the board too often, big piece of tape, just plop it down. And then when you push on something with your soldering iron, it doesn't move around. That's the whole purpose of all these work holding things. I just move this so I can see YouTube chat. The ever rowdy and hard to control YouTube chat. You guys are animals. All right, so let's see. Where did that thing go? It fell on the floor the other day. There it is. On the floor, right next to that grating that made a bunch of noise. And it's covered in dog hair. Why is there so much dog hair? Bye, Corgi. Live in dog hair. She's a goober. She's super worth all of the annoyance of having dog hair all over the place. So one of the things that I want to do is hold these in place and down directly on the board to solder. So what I'll do is hold on to them with a finger. Now, really, technically, what I should be doing with these when I solder them is finding a cable to plug in. If you find a cable to plug in, everything is held in place. And if you accidentally apply a little bit too much heat to a pin for too long, maybe the solder's fighting you. Maybe you're not using enough flux. One of those little things that can go wrong when you're soldering stuff. You know, you may hold heat on a pin just a little bit too long, and then the plastic melts. Because remember, the plastic is not exactly meant to tolerate solder for an extended period of time. So you hold that heat on that pin a little bit too long, and that pin melts into the plastic, and it starts to kind of move. And when it moves, it will end up not plugging in properly afterwards. It is something that I have experienced. I have experienced this myself, and it is very annoying. We also need to check what pins we assign to what voltages so that I can get them on the plug right. So first off, we need to do just a little bit of research so that I can get this stuff positioned properly. Lon, you're literally just telling me things I already know. You know we have a USB-C device here that negotiates for 15 volts so that I can power the whole thing. It's a crazy setup, but okay, so what am I looking up? Eurorack pinout. No, Eurorack. Okay, so this picture we've visited so many different times. We have a 16-pin and a 10-pin connector. 10 pins are generally for the modules themselves, but we have a plus 12, minus 12 ground, and then we don't worry about the internal CV and gate. Nobody really uses that. It's not polite. Human personality. A real human being. All right, so what we have here is on the 5 plugs, I've got 5 volts up top, then I do plus 12, ground, minus. So 2 grounds, plus and a minus, 5. So 5 volts is all the way on that side where the keyway is. 5 volts is here. So I'm going to flip it and plug it. So then 5 volts is here, and that'll go up a little bit. It'll basically just sort of fan out. So I'm going to give it a couple... I'll give it a couple holes space here. Maybe 3 would be good. This whole area is going to be dedicated to power. I don't know what kind of capacitors I'm going to put on this thing yet, but we'll give it just a little bit of space. I think that'll be good. And then that'll just be our 2 metered plugs. I could do an unmetered and a metered plug, but I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. I think the initial test of the module will be to power it up on the metered plug and see if it's drawing too much current. And then if it needs to have a buddy, then it can have a buddy, and I'll just be metering both of those. I don't think that's a big deal. So let us maximize our space. So I'm going to move this all the way to the edge, and I'm going to move this all the way to the edge because I don't need anything to happen over here. I just need to, actually, I need to avoid the post. So never mind. First pass the post. Okay, so we need to avoid this post, and that has a little bit of dimension to it. So like this. Yeah, that'll... Oh, wait, you know what? No, that's going to be a screw. Well, the cap head still has dimension. Yeah, these kind of perf boards are not what I normally use for this kind of task. I like the single-sided ones just because then you can have like dedicated wiring side, and you don't have to worry about like shorting out capacitors and stuff on all these headers. But it's what it's. The only other upgrade from this would be to design my own circuit board. And boy, howdy, the temptation is real. But I think it would be a little bit expensive. It certainly would clean up a lot of my signaling, but we don't even know if this whole thing is going to work. We've vetted out the individual pieces of it, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this to... maybe I'll just load the thing up with solder. We'll get to the microscope in just a minute. Oh, turn on the iron. That's step number 2, is turn on your soldering iron. Yeah, Osh Park. I use Seed Studio. I like their quality. Their silk screen's a little blurry, but there's a lot of good board makers out there. I could add $20 and do the After Dark service that I've always wanted to try. Yeah, actually, I think PCBWay contacted me about a sponsorship. And then Fusion wanted to give me an educational copy, or no, a special streamer copy of Fusion if I did 1 Fusion stream a month. But I don't know if I want to take money for that. But the doing a circuit board may eventually happen on this, and maybe at that point I can reach out, because they're starting to kind of cozy up to streamers again. They're starting to understand how unique of a position that I'm in to have people actually watching me do this stuff. Part of it is my charming personality. But one thing that I can't stand is one of the very first communications I got with a sponsor asked me to curse less. You know, fealty to family friendliness is something that I cannot abide by in media. It's something that I absolutely abhor. I hate it. You whore! Abhor! I always feel like I'm saying you whore when I say abhor. I hate it. I just hate it. It's like, why do we have to be good little boys and girls? I'm not going to be a good little boy and girl. I'm a cursing, solder-filled smoke fest. Like, fuck off with that stuff. DigiKey's PCB service is very affordable for 2-layer boards of this size, because it is going to be modular synthesizer size. It's going to be this big. I mean, maybe, I don't think I can fit the whole testing module on a circuit board that size. That's the thing, is I'm going to need 2 PCBs. I'm going to need the interface, and then I'm going to need the thing that goes behind the screen. And then I guess I can plug the screen in directly. If I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. There was a kit for a simple power supply, and the company offered purchase the circuit board separate from the kit. I don't know. The power supply part of this is really like fundamental part of the tester. So if I were to sell my modular testing module, I wonder if I could make it like a box on the desk. That would make the price skyrocket, though, and it seems like the price point is somewhere around $200. 2 to 5, I think, is what I've seen. And Ricky can't stop swearing in cart. Yeah. And he had to get special permission to swear a bunch. What is the title of the episode? Or is that sentence the title? I don't know. I've done one watch through of Trailer Park Boys and I loved it. I know for especially for Gonad, it's like comfort food. And you guys know all the episodes. That's what I'm like with Star Trek. Star Trek is like comfort food to me. I know everything. Not with the modern stuff, with all the old stuff. But I need to watch more Trailer Park Boys. I need to do another watch through. Is there a second watch through? Hit the tower. The soldering spool holder. This is $75. This $75. Can you believe it? I was looking for a solder spool holder. And you know what? I had a brake line kit. I have a brake line kit. I could have made this. I have a brake line kit, and now I have a sheet metal bender. Oh, look, this is bent back a little bit. I wonder if it fell. What I did back before I had the lathe, back before I had the milling machine, I just took this aluminum plate and I cut it and sanded it down and filed it down to the best of my abilities. Look at all the apprentice marks on that edge. I didn't have the mill or anything like that. And then I tapped these 2 holes and then cut the bolts flat and put a piece of what the hell? That's where that went. I was looking for that. I put a piece of foam on the underside, sticky foam. But this is for like a Weller, I believe, or one of those like professional soldering iron companies. So they're not moving a volume of anything, right? They're not selling these things because like one egghead will buy it from a company budget. So this goes for $75. This whole setup. It's got a little manual grippy area here. It's got a bearing barrel that's in the middle of this thing. Like it's pretty nice in terms of the mechanics, and you can take it apart pretty easily. You can mount stuff to it if you want. And then it's got this flared pipe, which I can make this now. I have all the pipe benders and flaring tools. I could just make this now with all the stuff that I have. So, you know, maybe talk to your mechanical engineering buddy and see if he has a sheet metal brake, and maybe you can come up with a design in Fusion and have them cut it out on their plasma table and do a couple bends, because boy howdy, this thing should have cost about as much as a beer instead of as much as a case of beer. A case of beer isn't $75. Yeah, anyway, whatever. It was way too much. And this was before everything got expensive, because it's so specialty. This is a special thing for me. I sort of had to gird my loins and spend the money on something like that, because I solder a lot of stuff. Now, right now, this is actually the appropriate size for this solder holder, because this stuff, the reel was so heavy that if you pull on it too hard, it will sever that solder. This is really the size that would be coming out of that thing. But I bought the small stuff because we do a lot of surface mount here, and this keeps me from having blobs on everything. We're doing through hole right now, so this is just plopped on the desk, and I'm just holding the solder manually. I know it should cost $10 at the most, but they don't sell a lot of them. So in order to do the production run, in order to make a small number of them, it probably balances out in the books in the end. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. Whereas I do not give them the benefit of the doubt on things like manufacturing insulin, because all they do is feed a bacteria sugar in order to make it. There's a lot that goes into the production of insulin, but it's still the scale and the economy of it. They're really in the practice of business, the cost of a product should never go up as production continues. And especially societally, I don't know why people aren't a little bit more guilty about charging people for something that they need in order to live. I think people have to have a long, hard think about their morality, particularly executives. Stupid inverted triangle. Ow, that pin was hot and my finger is against the pin underneath the board. I was putting my hand up against it just to make sure that it sits flat. Because if you get through soldering this many pins, you don't want this to be sagging and in a weird position. So holding it against the board is kind of important. Oftentimes, you will use Kapton tape in order to achieve that sort of hold. I don't want to waste the Kapton tape. I would rather semi-burn my finger on a little tiny square spot. Balfour and Saddam Hussein and the chemical weapons. Oh dear, what am I reading? What's going on? What have you gotten into? I was the person who calibrated the battlefield ventilators our company used for the war. God damn. That's a hell of a job. They were not needed, but it was also, oh, they were, you mean the mop suits that they had. Damn. That's kind of that feels kind of like an important role. Now, what kills me is that we will be adding wire to these connections, and so I don't know if I want them to be fully soldered. We're doing a soldering stream today, but I'm going to be running wire just directly across these. I have a hair in my mouth, and it might be a dog hair. Probably floated in the air from the fan. We'll just deal with it. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, huh? But I guess what I could do is lay the wire down first, and then they would be slightly cleaner connections, and maybe that's the way that I want to do this. Oh well, it's too late. It's too late. I've already gone down this path. I can't come back from it. I'm too far gone. You got to leave me here. Save yourself. Welcome to Visual Asmer Soldering Stream. I should set up a robot that does a bunch of little soldering tasks and just have that automatically come up when I'm not streaming. I'll be like, yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday, but until then, enjoy your Visual Asmer Soldering Stream. This is a little claustrophobic. Let's see if we can come back from this a little bit. You never come back from soldering. There we go. We can see a little better now, and I can close this aperture just a tiny bit. That's a little less claustrophobic. It is very repetitious what we're looking at right now. There's not a whole lot going on here visually because we haven't laid any wires out. They came to our company and we created this portable ventilator, the first of its kind, about the size of a lunchbox. Yeah, so I tried to make something like that for Burning Man because I always heard about these dust storms. And we didn't end up having any dust storms when I went in 2011, but one of the projects that I wanted to do, what I wanted to create was a little thing like that, like a little lunchbox that you can wear on your belt. What's up, Runecar Snowpen? Even Runecar Snowpenning? Yeah, so I wanted to make a little like lunchbox size thing with a little drone battery in it that would pump air into like, you know, like a face mask. And those exist. Those exist for like critical environment people who are in like either clean rooms or dust rooms. But they're like OSHA equipment. And so those were like $1,000. And it turns out, I didn't find this out until later. It's very hard to find a blower fan that's going to put enough air into a mask for a pair of lungs. And so what I ended up finding is the CPAP machine. had like the perfect thing. It had a 3-phase motor that could run really well and quiet and blow quite a bit of air. And I was going to blow it through a filter, and I had this little book safe that I was going to turn into the lunchbox size thing. It was this book that I got from Michael's that said "Live, Laugh, Love" on it. So I was going to do that and give it a big belt loop or like an arm loop where it could hang off of your arm like a purse, and then I would be able to walk around at a dust storm without breathing in all of the particles. But that never really jumped off. I actually had a lot of trouble finding a ventilator style respirator fan. Not ventilator, respirator. Ventilator is more pumping directly into the lungs, right? But the CPAP machine apparently had just the right motor, and it's still hard to find. I don't know where people get these 3-phase blower motors that are of that size. Oh, that pin moved a little bit. I got to be careful. That pin moved just a tiny bit from the heat. Picture of the Bird Evian portable ventilator, calibrated 70% of the ventilators produced. We were told about this project. We were told to keep our mouths shut and not to talk about it. We wanted a 24 factory output round the clock. Damn. Yeah, I guess that's a defense project for you. Compartmentalize. Don't talk to your coworkers. That applied heat to all 4 of those. That was a bad soldering position on my part. I'm blocking my own light because this thing is so tall on the desk. That's making it hard to kind of film. If I angle this a little bit, maybe we can stay in the focal point of this camera, and maybe I'll have a little bit less blocking of the light. Yeah, that actually works much better. It is a little disorienting, though, because usually we're top down when we do this kind of work. Let all that solder in there. Now, really, technically, if I was doing really, like, real good soldering on these, I would be holding the heat on for much longer because that solder has to propagate into the via and really kind of coat that pin for all the contact. But I think it'll be okay like this. It'll be just fine. And these are what good solder joints look like. Sort of. Some of them probably should have solder. They should look like... Ah! Hold on. The whole thing fell. Let me actually like clamp it in. So, you know, good solder joint should probably look like this. Although that pin looks like it's a little crooked. But when you're inspecting your work, you kind of want it to look just like this, where the solder has flowed down over the entire surface of the pad and the pin. And it has kind of this sort of water effect. There's a little, I see a little bit of weird stuff going up at the very top of that. But other than that, I think it is perfectly done. That's what you're looking for in your solder joints. Now, the way that I've installed this, oh, was dumb. Wait, I should move this up a chunk because otherwise they don't line up. Well, they're not going to line up anyway, but these two are ground. This one's -12, this one's +12. This needs to go. God damn it. All right, so bask in the perfection of this solder joint. That is our leading example, and I'm about to destroy it. Damn it. I should have thought. I should have thought first. I'm exaggerating when I say don't talk to your coworkers, like, right? That's exaggeration. To the effect of just talking good and hanging out. It'll probably ruin the connector desoldering it. And this might leave just a little bit of solder behind, right? Like right in there. And the problem with that is that it keeps this thing from falling out when you're done desoldering it. I hate the water effect. Why? It looks good. If you don't like the water effect, then maybe you can use rivets to put together your electronics. It makes me want to tissue paper it up. Well, so the wet look, I mean, like the water effect is like the surface tension, but the wet stuff is actually flux, and that does clean up. You really put into military electronics? Radio Shack boards? I gave this thing new life by completely refurbishing it. It's pretty cool. I'm so glad that you could do that with this tool. So wiggling the pin is one way to get it to break that surface tension, but it's not always super reliable because when you wiggle the pin, you're heating up all that solder. It'll just spring back to where it was and then end up connecting anyway. Don't complain about burning yourself soldering. I burn myself all the time welding at work. No blisters yet. just no fingerprints. God damn. Yeah, no, welding is a whole other animal because it's so much energy. And I'm gonna cough, hold on. Okay, it's so much energy, and you're welding something that transmits that energy. You're welding metal, which transmits the heat all the way through itself. So it's like guaranteed you're dealing with super hot stuff and burning temperatures. Yeah, it's very, very rough, welding is. Soldering is the little brother of welding that likes to complain. The iron can still do a number on you, though. This is, yeah, exactly what I try to tell my chat about, Runecar, is the old world solder suckers were shit. They were really, really bad. They were terrible. Remember, Bother, you can curse on Twitch. You can say fuck. And I just did. Although people listen to you at work, so maybe it's bad to call something fucking stupid. But the old solder suckers were fucking stupid. They had a plastic tip, and the plastic tip is going right up against what you're fucking and sucking. I know what you're sucking solder from. And in doing so, it made it so that you were smelling burning plastic every time you used one. That's why I never used them. And so the engineer, what is it, SO2 or whatever? SSO2? This thing was recommended to me by Wexo. It used to have the Star Trek font. This thing you can buy O-rings for, not specialty, not part number. They're just generic O-rings. One of them is a piston O-ring. The other one is just a normal generic O-ring. You have a piece of 1/4-inch silicone rubber hose on the front. You can get the clear stuff. It doesn't matter what you get, as long as you cut it to the right length. Then you put a little generic grease inside of this thing, and it is completely refurbished. Completely 100% brand new. And it makes this cool little plop noise. This thing changed my mind about solder suckers. This thing completely changed my mind. This rules, because you can completely redo it. Yeah, I hated solder suckers. Exact same story that I just told. It was like, everybody was like, why don't you have a solder sucker? I'm like, you shut your dumb mouth. Like, I don't want to smell plastic and have an ineffectual thing. But the other advantage of using a piece of hose is that this little piece of hose right here conforms to what you're soldering, and it withstands soldering iron temperatures. So when you push that little nubbin down onto the circuit board, it creates a seal, and in doing so allows for much more effective solder sucking. All right, we got to cut this new one to length. So what I do, push it out, and then get the pair of scissors and go right to the end. That didn't work at all. These scissors fucking suck. Hold on, I'm gonna use the flush cutters. Flush cutters, whatever you want to call them. Last few days I've only welded from 187 to 200 amps, 20 volts. No clue what that means, just what the machine says it's on. That's cool. And there you go. New tip. Who dis? I could use it to be a little longer. Well, that's the size of the ejector, so the copper braids, because it's wasteful. If you do enough stuff with the copper braids, I've done it where I've left the solder mask layer, the green layer on the circuit board, open on top of a trace, and then I put solder braid on top of it. That doesn't justify the miles and miles of solder braid that I've gone through, but it seems like the pair of these will get you everything you need in terms of removing solder from a circuit board. You can get the bulk of it with this, and then you can clean up with this, and you use less of it as a result. When somebody didn't order replacements, we got into problems. Oh, when the solder sucker would start to mess up? See, that's where this thing excels. All you need to do is probably put on a pair of gloves and wipe all the solder out of it, and then give it a little grease, a little bit of O-ring love, and it's back to 100%. This thing is great. Good day, frauds. How dare you call it? Oh, Franz, friends. Okay, he's trying to call us friends. It's a message of peace. It's a message of peace, and I misinterpreted it as a battle cry. What's up, Mahalo? How you doing? That's not moving. It seems that the... Oh, wait, I can... Oh, hopefully that's not... That feels like I'm breaking the pads off. And perhaps I am. When you do desoldering like that, you do risk ripping pads off of the board. That would have been a very annoying thing to do so early. What's up, Makelson? How you doing? See, yeah, it looks like I took a little bit of that. Might be that little stuff right there. Could either be flux or it could be the top of the pads. It's not the pads. Okay, good. All right, so the pads are okay. Now we're not going to reuse this because after desoldering it, I mean, look at the length of the pins. Everything is messed up. It's like a frequency chart. How am I? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I will not elaborate. It's a euphemism for... It's just me and the puppy dog here, so I've unfortunately I can't stream all day. Was it 5 pins? It was 5 pins, right? Yeah. I can't stream all day. We've got sort of a hard ceiling on my stream time so that I can get the dog outside and she can poop on stuff. I was saying earlier, she's very, very easy dog to take care of. She's a really good girl. Easy dog. Unfortunately, she doesn't spend a lot of time down here. That was sort of punctuated yesterday by all the clips that I have of Willow doing cute things in the background while I'm streaming. But I guess she just appreciates her afternoon naps now, and so she wants to be in a quiet area where she can look out at the neighborhood at the front door. We got a fairly busy throughway in front of the house, so she gets to see where all the cars are going, and if there are people walking out there, she can see them through the front door and start barking at them. Which, you know, that's great. I'm glad she has sort of an enrichment thing going on there. She's got stuff to do, but that means that she doesn't come down here and take naps. It was so cool when she did that because I had this cute dog just being a total nerd in the background. That or we'd clip to her just asleep under the desk. I don't know what compelled her to come down here in the first place and why she stopped. It's mostly proximity to me. I guess she decided that I could kick rocks for all she cares. Oh, I put that in closer. I guess we'll just deal with the result of my decisions here. We'll just deal with that as being closer. That'll be fine. I guess if I need to put capacitors on it, I can put them on the other side, maybe? I don't know. It probably should get capacitors for all intents and purposes, but it doesn't need them. Yeah, it'll be fine. So we can run these first 4. Actually, no, we can run all of these in parallel because I made... No, it's 3 grounds. Damn it. So, okay, but the bottom one and the ground can run directly out. Bottom one, 2 grounds, and then that third ground offsets my plus 12 and plus 5. So we'll have to have them bump up just a little bit. It's like the same number of pins down or up. Actually, if I moved this up, that would have been the more logical. Okay, we're putting in another one. We're putting in another one. I'm putting in another one. I'm putting in another one. We're doing it again. I made the wrong decision. I did some soul searching, you know, looking at the information that I need in order to build this. And turns out I should have offset it in the other direction because then only 1 pin would have been offset. Let's get back to it. Would a continuous solder sucker like a vacuum cleaner be more useful than the solder sucker you use now? You mean like this thing over here? That right there? I mean, a vacuum cleaner attachment would be neat, but this thing just has a little reciprocating pump in it. And yeah, they're more efficient. It's just I don't want to power that thing up all the time. It would be kind of neat if I had a different tip for this iron that had like a little suction tube on it. Maybe a collector. If it had like a little silicon tube that went up to the front. All the silicon is bendy. The problem with those is that they can tend to clog. But those are absolutely, they are a tool that you can purchase for this kind of stuff. And there are actually solder sucking irons that you can buy, because this iron system has a lot of pins and things that you can do like weird stuff with. The only thing is, if you ever visit a shop that does electronics, you can see all those tools. They're all collecting dust because they're so specialized. They're only good for 1 or 2 little tasks, and so you end up not using them for anything because they're a pain in the ass to plug in and turn on. Okay, so this one I can move to the side, and I can move it away too. I'm gonna bend these pins a little bit, because these are, essentially, these have one install in them. You can try to, like, save them and refurbish them and stuff. It's just not worth my time. So I'm going to give these pins a little heat and a little bendy bend and break them free from the little surface tension connection that they might have. Blow the solder away with an air compressor. We towed it out of the environment. Well, then where is it? It's out of the environment. Well, presumably it's in another environment. Yeah, but we towed it out of the environment. What is sticking on this? Something on, like, the last pin? It, like, rocks back and forth, but it doesn't fall away. This one here. There we go. Okay, so, third time's a charm. Father, why don't you ever complete projects? Because I'm too dumb. Simply put, I'm too dumb. Okay, so for 3 of these to line up on the plus 12, that would mean plus 12 goes 2 pins down. 2 pins down, just like this, and then 5, sorry, that's 5 volts that I'm lining up. So 1, 2, sorry, it's 1, 2, oh, look, that one's crooked. 1, 2, 5 volt, 12 volt, ground, ground, and then minus 12, I will have to go down 1 and over. And then that'll just line up with everybody. And we're gonna move it back a little bit. Yep. Is that where I was? No, I was a couple pins down from that. Okay, so we're leaving room for capacitors right here. And then I'm gonna hold it with my hand and burn my finger. It's not really burn my finger, it's just gonna get burning hot. It's just my body says, you may be getting a burn. And then it's like, oh no, you didn't get burnt. One hand solder holder. My singular hand holding the solder. The solder. Ow, that got really hot. Okay, I'll do this one and then I can let go. I guess I can let go now. There we go. Yeah, with the way people use shop air, I wouldn't doubt that there is a soldering tool that just fucking yeets the solder away with compressed air. Why don't you have the crocodile clamps? I hate them. I actually hate that tool. It's just not a good tool. It's just not well built. It's wobbly. It wobbles too much. It's just not a fun tool to use. They damage circuit boards unless you put little silicon sleeves on the jaws. I don't like them. No, sir. And it's because I'm racist. No, I'm toolist. I'm toolist. Capacitors. Not often something that I consider in the things that I build, but I figure if we're going to be running a bunch of power lines here, I might as well throw some capacitors at it. Why does this keep loosening? I thought I tightened it. Stay still. I don't particularly like these jaws, this thing. But they have crocodile in the name. Yeah, well, look at what's in your name. Got him. What are these voltages? 470 off 16 volts? That's cutting it a little too close. I don't want to have a giant capacitor sticking out of here, though. Capacitors are scary. Only in some situations. You don't have to be scared of capacitors. They're fine. 100 of 50 volts. That's a lot of capacitance. I'm throwing something in here just because. It's sort of just tradition. I love my name. My boss had one of those stands, broke the first time he clamped a board on it. They're so cheaply made, but they're so, like, they're ubiquitous. They're everywhere. Like, everywhere you look, people are using these things. I don't know, do I really need to put capacitors in this thing? Is that really a good look? It's like being nice to it, I guess. I don't want it 16 volts. I want it to be 50 volts. You never have too many capacitors. Just any capacitors is too many for me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. This one's 25 and it's 330 off, and it's the same size as that. We'll see if we can find another one. 25 330 is what we're going to look for. Really, probably 47 is enough for a power line. Car mechanics and capacitors. Ah, the old Sparky screwdriver. That's how you know the battery is connected. 470, 25. We're going for 330. Well, 470 is fine too. Either of those. Let's see if we can find another 470, 35. 220, 25. Why am I finding every other value but the one that I'm looking for? This is what I get for having a grab bag instead of an organized container. What did I do to those leads? There's no way I can even use this one. I won't even tempt by looking at it. 470, 25. That would be this one. Yeah, big power supplies and capacitors are also very scary. Should I do one on the 5 volts? I'm never going to use 5 volts, so I'm just going to leave that one alone. This just means that if there's a big power spike, I'll be having... I won't have troubles, rather. Not I will have troubles. I won't have troubles. So that goes between minus 12 and ground, so I'm just going to drop it right in the path. That's kind of big. It's kind of big for this spot. And then the other one that I have to do is between 12 and ground again. I'm going to put that up here. Wait, it's CV gate 5, 12. So between plus 12 and ground right here. Those barely fit, jeez. And then this can go to either direction. Actually, you know what? I'm going to solder these straight up in place. I'm going to just solder them in place and cut the leads short. Quantum trouble? What are you, Quantum Leap guy? Whatever his name is. Why do I still know that song? What the hell, brain? All right, so those are soldered straight up and down. Now, it would be nice if I had a lot of spare leads, I could use those leads as traces to go across this, and that would give me nice, robust power traces. But even just that wire wrap wire should be fine for this, because these shouldn't see more than an amp. And with all the solder that I'm laying down, there's no chance that this will get hot. Just if you're laying out a circuit board, you want to have big traces on things so they don't heat up, because your flexing of the metal expansion is much more dire. Never know if you're going to work, if it's going to work until you power it on, at which point the probability cloud collapses and the thing is definitely broken. I see what you mean. It's the Schrodinger's cat. I mean, look, guys, it's been over 10 years. Schrodinger's cat is dead. There's no chance that that thing is alive anymore. I think that equation is solved. We don't need to worry about it anymore. Now, whether or not the radiation has experienced even its half-life yet, the radioactive element, I don't know. But just don't let the magic smoke out. They sell magic smoke. You can put it back in. Just look up Lucas Electric smoke. What's the part chit? I don't know what that is. I'm too dumb. I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. Why? Why, stupid brain? Get the song out of your head. Charles, get out of my head. Yeah, guys, proofread your messages. We don't get a lot of messages in this channel. And the cost of typos is high. I get confused. I don't know where I am. You guys are being unfair to me. Don't scare the streamer. I need to actually like plug something into these so they don't go all over the place. I have plenty of these. I'm actually reaching for 2 right now. We're going to do a lot of soldering in this area, so I'm going to plug something in, and that way when I apply heat over time... Did I just plug that thing in backwards? Huh, now I know how my friends did it. Now I know why my friends blow up their synthesizers all the time. Although there really is no excuse, because I took 1 second to reflect and went, huh, that didn't feel right. Maybe I shouldn't have forced it in. So, you know, I don't, maybe they're bad at that, but... Price of velour. Lord Squeak, I don't understand a single fucking thing. Speak English. Fuck. Good thing, yeah, good thing there's no power. I mean, there's nothing connected anyway. This is going to be annoying if that's the way that all these exit. Although these were a one-off that I built. That's going to be really annoying. Maybe I should have inverted this whole thing. Oh, no, that one... No, I don't think it's the same way. That's an annoying thing. I'm going to live with my choices. Now, do I have a 5-pin JST connector? Gotta think. I'm not about to crimp one just specifically for this. I could just put a 5-pin plug on it, and then that'll at least be another layer of plastic that'll hold things together. But it won't hold it as hard as a dedicated 5-pin plug with contacts. But I don't think I have anything that'll... Do I have anything like the drone drawer? Wait a minute! Yes, yes, good, good. Okay, so now we have stuff plugged into everything. So those are going to act as heat sinks that will then make me not feel bad about holding the iron against these things for too long. That means that when we solder, everything will work out, and I can hold the iron to these things for an extended amount of time. I really probably should have removed the solder, because what I'm trying to do is heat up the pin and get that wire close. But now, at least I have impunity. I can just sneak it up to that, and the connector that is populated is going to resist movement through the melted plastic. And I can finally fix myself. Get a pin tool on there. Let's brighten you guys up a little bit here. I'm blocking my own light source. I really need to come up with something better. I don't want to put a ring light on the scope itself. I think we dabbled in that a little bit, but it made the scope kind of unwieldy. And then I moved the ring light over to the mill. Works great on the mill. But it creates kind of a bloom of shadows. The original anti-theft device. I always like that picture of the headlight switch that is Lucas Electric, and it's flash, dim, and then like short. Ooh, that's a little sloppy. I don't like that. That's okay. I'm learning to live with this stuff. I'm learning to live with it like this. I'm learning to live with it. That's what we're doing. That's what this exercise is in. And I'll add solder to everybody, so maybe we can mask it under a layer of solder. Just kind of push this up a little bit. Yeah, all right, good enough. All right, so I'm gonna add solder to the in-between parts, just to kind of hold it together. Don't need to do this, but this is just this method of soldering. Safety blanket. don't think we have a safety blanket. Unless you mean adding the solder to these holes. I don't think it safes it any. I mean, I guess it keeps it so that if I brush against the board, I don't unhook anything. I would say if you wanted to minimize the amount of soldering like this, only do it on the places of like corners. Because then if the corners are held, then if you brush up against this, it doesn't really have that far to move. But this just kind of makes sure that it's attached to the board at all times. I'm having parallax issues. Here we go. Hello? Heat? It's me. Father. Why are you not? What's going on here? I think my soldering iron tip needs a little help. Just kind of hit it into the dry sponge, they call it. I hate soldering with a wet sponge. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I know it cleans the tip really well, but it means you're smelling sponge water, and they get so grody. They just get nasty. Like I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Not in my shop. Not in my shop. Here we use dry sponges. And we use the super nasty chemicals when it gets down to that. It's the last resort. They don't need to be that wet. Either way, they just get nasty. They get so gross. And like one thing that I cannot stand is a grody sponge. It's a nasty sponge. Ugh. Mine dries up within the day. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I got my foibles. I'm a weirdo. I'm a weird person. I'm a deeply weird person. Nasty. Office people are filthy. You've seen their coffee mugs. And you add to that keeping a soldering sponge clean, and it's a recipe for basically the grodiest bacteria in existence. I'm sure some kind of superbug is being developed, not in a lab, but in an office where there are normal, nasty, disgusting office workers. Those people are gross. I had 70s Mini Clubman Traveler. Oh, that sounds fun. Taking out a spin one night, roundabout, just died. Opened the hood to see it was shaking random parts, then tried to start it, and it did. No clue what was wrong, and it only happened one time. Do you think maybe you were going around the roundabout and you starved the engine for oil, or could some kind of a wiring thing have been hitting a part of the car given the G's that you were pulling? Because that's what that sounds like, and I know that's not uncommon for Leyland Electrics. I've seen some pretty nasty stuff in cars where stuff like that happens. Or maybe the fuel was starved, and that's why it died so peculiarly. That explains the horrors in the backrooms. What they do inside of those fuel tanks now is they have baffles, and the baffles help keep things that could drain from turning from draining. Or and also they'll have, like, the emergency tank will be a little like a divot where the fuel pump draws from, so that if you're pulling G's in a turn and you're running out of gas, it'll keep it all locally. All the lights went dark. Well, that sound right. I had the most backrooms experience with wait. Oh, it looked like there was a pin there. With Abiotic Factor. In Abiotic Factor, there's a chair that will transport you to the pool rooms, which is essentially the back rooms, pool-looking area. And I was hanging lamps in my base, and I hadn't charged my little instant teleporter. And so while hanging the lamps, I got into the chair, but didn't sit in the chair. But the prompt must have come up, and I must have hit the button, because it ended up transporting me to the back rooms with no way to escape. So while having my health dwindle from not having eaten a bunch of stuff before going, because I basically came back from a portal area with my inventory full of lamps, and I was like, I'm gonna put these lamps up. And so I started putting the lamps up to clear my inventory, and I wasn't able to do any of the other maintenance stuff that would have made it less painful. I would have been able to just portal out of there, but I couldn't do it because I didn't charge my shit. So I had to actually solve the real puzzle. And looking up the puzzle online said that the switches are in exactly these places that you have to hit. Now, if I hadn't looked it up online, I understand that I kind of spoiled that puzzle for myself, and I probably would have ended up dying and wondering what the hell you're supposed to do in that room. and flailing around until finally seeing some kind of a hidden button. But I probably would have died there of starvation, and I didn't want to do that because of my inventory. My pockets were full of lamps. So I looked it up, and all of the guides were for an earlier version of the game, because the game's still in like beta. It's not done yet. They're adding a lot of content to it. So what ended up happening is all of the tutorials that I looked up said, these switches never change locations, but some of them will show up randomly. And it turns out that the devs had made it so all of them show up in random locations. So I had to traverse this extremely barren pool area with an invisible monster in it that kept harassing me. Luckily, I had heavy armor, so I wasn't like losing a ton of life every time it attacked. But it was a pretty significant like boss battle style monster roaming around this space. Oh, it was great. It was a really good gaming experience. I was transported to the back rooms. What did I do? So there is wait a second, I've already messed up. Or have I? Wait a minute, what is this? It's 5. Why is this solder over here? Oh, that's for the capacitors. Hold on, let me think here. What did I do? Son of a bitch. I messed up again. I messed it up again. I wasn't thinking. No, wait, I didn't mess it up. I did mess it up. This is supposed to be offset from the bottom pin, because this is -12, but then we have ground, ground, and -12, ground, ground, ground. So I haven't totally messed up yet, but I have messed up a little bit. We can fix this. I need to remove this and install another one. God damn it. This wasn't a Backrooms game. This is Abiotic Factor. And it's a specific, like, Abiotic Factor has a lot of SCP influences, so there's obviously Backrooms stuff in there, but it's just part of that whole world. And then finding the guides, it's just, I mean, there's a wiki for it, but then there's I think Good Shark is the name. He does some very bare bones Abiotic Factor, like, explanations. It's pretty good. YouTube channel. Good Shark will come up if you're searching enough stuff about that game. I may have to completely ruin this one in order to remove it. This specific connector that I put in now for the 4th time in the wrong spot. Dumb. See, it's gate CV 5 volts, and so that should be the top row. I messed up again. We're taking our time with this, because this is a big job. We've got a lot of stuff that needs to go in. It's not going to be perfect, and I can't make myself make it perfect. I can't do that to myself. So I need to do the work first, get it a little wrong, but also do it slow. There's a balance here to be had. Where's my heat? There it is. And then just wiggle the pin a little bit. This out of the way. What the hell? Why do I feel so clumsy today? Ah, that went pretty swimmingly. It didn't take anything with it. Nice. All right. That was pretty merciful, and the fact that I have something plugged into it, I think, look at that, that still lines up. Yeah, I think we can reuse this. Oh, it looks like we took a via with us. Maybe not. Maybe that's just dirt. It looks like it's part of the via. Well, we're not transmitting anything through the via. We're using other parts of it, so maybe that'll be okay. I need to get it off of here, otherwise it's going to interfere with plugging it into other stuff. Yeah, that's part of the internal via. Get off of the pin. Jeez. All right, let's see if we can use this again. Can't believe I messed that up multiple times. Dumb. Okay, where'd it go? It's the one that has stuff plugged into it. So we're facing this way, and then I'm going one row of holes up from where I was. There. I'm going here. And that way, minus 12 has to go, Oh, but I can't just plug it in like that. No. It needs to go one space away now, because otherwise I'll connect it to the wrong stuff. Okay, so there. Now that lines up. Okay. Annoying. Nope, still crooked. All right, it's good. Solder that in, and then we need to add little tiny connectors to the ends of these. Just little pieces that'll connect it to the right pin. And then that bottom pin goes boop, boop. And then this is a ground, this is a ground, this is a ground. So it's just dirt. So, where's my wire? My wire! Where's my wire? Okay, we'll start with this one actually, because that goes straight across to 5 volts. So I guess it's not going to benefit me at all because I'm starting them on this pin. So I might as well just solder this whole connector down from the start. From the very beginning. Put like poly fuses between those pins. Nah. All right, so let's go straight across. 5 volts isn't getting a capacitor. I don't know if 5 volts is really going to be used at all. It's like the older stuff that uses 5 volts in modular, in Eurorack. I have seen very few things that threaten to use 5 volts, and yet I gave it a very nice 5 volt regulator. But most of that 5 volts is just going to go to powering the screen now. I'm keeping an ear to the ground about my glucose level. I have a dry mouth right now, which is a symptom of hyperglycemia. It is going to take a turn because I've given a legendary amount of insulin to get it back down. So I need to keep an eye out for a sudden and rapid glucose drop. Typically, that would happen to me when I exercise. But I'm sitting in a chair right now, so I thought it's safe to give myself a ton of insulin and really juice away this hyperglycemia from leftover Chinese food. It's basically breaded chicken in sugar sauce, so not good. I should not have had it. All right, heat the pad. The iron is not what the solder is interfacing with. The solder is attaching to the metal that you heat up to the temperature that melts the solder. It's not going directly into the iron. The iron is just there to add heat. Now, keep in mind, you can add the solder to the iron, and sometimes that's preferable because maybe you're not getting the heat into your object. Maybe there's a layer of oxidation in the way, and you need something that's going to help you lay heat into the actual, whatever it is, interface. Budget is high. Yeah, the sticky highs is something that, I don't know how well documented it is medically. It seems like most doctors don't know that sometimes the hyperglycemia just doesn't go away. It just sticks with you. Yeah, and then it takes like 60 units to take it back down. I had a car ride like that once where I kept injecting and injecting and injecting, and I'm like, what is going on? And I think it has to do with your stomach holding on to food. But yeah, that's what it's like that a lot of the time for me, where the hyperglycemia just kind of sticks to you. This isn't the most photogenic part. I know this is a visual asthma soldering stream. I'll try to make it play nice, but you know. So So let's see, these two here are ground. This is the, well, what's going on over there? There's no pin. There should be a pin here and here, and then I've got one here and here. Oh, I should have left a space in there. Hold on, maybe we can save that. We can rescue that. Yeah, it's like suddenly my liver decides that it would love to just have a ton of glucagon. And so maybe the liver is participating in your demise, and you're like, yeah, let's just make everything into bloodstream glucose. You're like, please stop. Like, I'm doing everything in my power to get rid of that glucose. If you would just be polite for 5 seconds. One time I had a beer at it, and it actually worked. I was like, you know what, liver? Chew on this. Just like threw beer at the problem, and the liver was like, oh fuck, I'm getting poisoned, and decided to stop messing with my glucose level. Look at all that crap in that hole. I think I bent the pad off. Yeah, it looks like I did. Too much rework. Not enough getting things in the right spot. How did you find the right? Oh no, I already read that one. It was the new ones of the glucose ones. And the comments are not rolling in quickly, so. Yeah, I think it's still stuck in there. Damn it. I could actually get my fingies on. Okay, so here's the reason I don't like this thing, is it keeps loosening. And it can't seem to hold on to this board. It's this stock is like, oh, it's broken, that's why. That explains a little bit. Just, like, hold on to the board. Fuck's sake. Throwing beer at problems, perfect solution. Bendy plastic shite, yeah. It couldn't even take a fall on the floor from the shelf. I got enraged by using the one at work. It's not a great system, this. What I'd like to find in the near future is one of those ones that, like, specifically for circuit boards that's very flat on the desk. I think that would be a nice one. Alcohol is a solvent. Okay. Throw solvent at all of your problems. What you're doing, we're building a Euro rack module testing module. That's, I fucked up this. This is like really messed up right here. What's going on with that? And I'm trying to run power for the power for the metered connectors. The meat eater connectors. I'm just going to add solder to it. That way I can get to everything at once. We're so far up against the board because this oh, it just fell out. This PCB holder is very tall, and I don't need it to be tall. I think maybe I should look at the Thingiverse ones. The problem with the Thingiverse ones is, though, that they'll be light. They will be too light. Don't drink IPA, both the beer and rubbing alcohol. Just don't do it. Don't drink it. It's not worth it. One tastes like pine cones and the other tastes like your liver is failing. This one's all messed up. I'm not going to find a random component. I know what's going on. Right now, I'm making room for the capacitor. Wait, that's the 5-volt line. Wait a second. Why did I do that? Why did I... Wait a minute. This one's 5 volts. That one was at the right spot on 12 volts. Because 512, ground, ground, ground. And then cap, cap. The other cap didn't go here for some reason. Why was that? I did it perfectly, and yet I gotta trust my own dumb ass to do things properly. What's my problem? That was in the right spot. What's... God damn it. I didn't even notice it. And I'm, you know, obviously you guys are not allowed to warn me about that kind of thing because these kinds of mistakes are funny. And you guys don't allow me to do the comedy that I like to do if you're backseating me all the time. So not telling me about that error is totally good. You guys did great. Proud of you. Where are my tweezers? I get people in here that do try to do that. They try to pilot the streamer, and it gets a little bit frustrating. A little bit. Of course, that's me doing the British thing of underselling everything. It was a bit of a mess. Means everything was on fire. It's going to be hard to reinstall this one because I don't have leads on this thing anymore. Leads are usually used to kind of point your device to its home. You too good for your home? And I messed up that one via. That one via is all bent out of shape. It's all whack. So I don't know how much trouble I'm really going to have putting this thing back in. Plus that lead is bent a little bit. All right, let's do this. Let's make sure it's... Put it anywhere. Yep, that'll work like that. It just doesn't work in this specific spot because I've busted up the via. Let's see if we can clean up the via. Maybe I'll have to use a pin tool. If you are stuck somewhere with no insulin for 2 weeks and you need it soon, is there something you can do? Die. Just die. Die an extremely painful death of your blood turning into acid in a matter of days if you don't get insulin. Could I exercise off that many carbohydrates of just normal things? Maybe I couldn't eat. I wouldn't eat. If you don't eat, even still, your blood may become acidic because insulin is just a component of your body's glucose storage system, and your liver will turn fat into glucose. Or it'll signal for that to happen or something like that. It's very complicated. Bodies are very complicated, but yeah, there's not really anything you can do. Unless you have a pig farm and you learn chemistry very quickly indeed. You could maybe make your own insulin, but aside from some kind of rescue insulin, you're donezo. So, you know, everybody does that scenario. If you could go back in time, what would you do? And I say, die. If you were stuck on a desert island, what would you? I would die. I would die. I would be food. They could eat me. I'd say, hey, I'm going to die in a couple hours. You guys want to eat me? Don't eat. Yeah, if you don't eat anything, your blood sugar goes in. You go into what's called fasting mode, and you start processing liver juice, I guess. You shove liver in your liver hole. Does it affect the taste? I don't. You know what? Adrenaline affects the taste of meats. It probably would. I don't think it would be particularly sweet, although you would have extra blood glucose. Maybe my blood would taste really good on pancakes right now. Everything was in the proper position. I just didn't trust myself. I didn't trust myself. You know? You got to trust yourself. You're all you got. Residual food in the stomach? What about it? I've got that 25-year diabetes condition where my stomach will hold on to material longer than it should. And that's actually one of the components of what Ozempic does. It's what all these Smelgitude or whatever. Smelgitude. There was one that was Coriza, Rizzy. Is that Sky Rizzy? Whatever the look. This can't be real. This can't be real. Look at what this is. I gotta show you this. I don't know how you spell it. Sky Rizzy, and it's called Risen Kizamariza. Risen Kizamab Riza. It's like the Rizza, the Jizza, old dirty bastard. What is this? It's Rizza, my Jizza, my Nizza. Like, what is this? That's got to be fake. That can't be a real drug name. And they even added a Rizza at the end. RISANKIZUMAB dash RZAA. It's the Rizza. Why is the Rizza? I was shocked when I saw this commercial. Sounds very Gen Z. I'm like, who came up with this? What did they make like high schoolers come up with the name? The Rizzler? What are they, stupid? Have they talked to man? That's the Batman subreddit going just completely bonkers over the course of memeing. I'm guessing ChatGPT came up with it. It's like, I incorporated some Gen Z forums in. They forgot to say, yeah, Skibbity Rizza, my Rizzler with Sky Rizzy. The new medication that was made up by brain-dead, terminally online Gen Zers. If our Gen came up with a name with it, it would be Riz McRizface. Yeah, it would be really stupid, huh? That's very true. But like watching TV and that they say that name like 75 times during the commercial, and I'm like, I'm the one taking crazy pills. I'm taking crazy pills. Skibbity Rizzler, the new medication from Pfizer. Reordering test strips. I haven't done test strips in a long time because I spend way more money on constant glucose monitoring, which in my opinion is like, if I had to choose between CGM and the pump, I would choose CGM. 3 or 4 at night, damn. I'm sure they've probably tried to get you on a CGM at this point. But they are expensive. Health nuts are buying them, even though they don't need them, which I don't really mind that much. I know a lot of people are hot under the collar about that because sometimes that can create a false scarcity on the medical product. But I don't really think that's the case. I think they've pumped out enough CGM products that even the exercise nuts that want to like watch their glucose go up and down during the day after like eating and exercising and stuff, they still can get what they need. G7. The G7, unfortunately, is built in such a way that you cannot, or at least as far as I know at this point, you cannot reuse them between sessions. So you just throw a whole new one on. So if anything goes wrong, you have to call the company and get them to reimburse you for something that went wrong. Like, hey, I sweated a little too much and the patch fell off, or I hit a doorknob and the patch fell off. And then by nature of the way that they prescribe them, and you can sometimes work with your doctor to try to get them to prescribe a few too many. But the problem with this device is that it works for a certain amount of time and that's it. So they end up providing you with exactly the amount that you need. So you are then at the behest of the medical device company to provide you with that stuff and make sure that your supplies get to you. It is frustrating. So let's see, this one goes like that. This goes down and to these two. So this one goes all the way across as well. It's like, so diabetes, the control system, for those of you that don't know, for those of you that are engineers in the audience here, because remember, I'm not just talking to one person, but it is relatable because it is a condition that I've dealt with for over 21 years. 31, for diabetes for 31 years. Some people on this platform are younger than my diabetes. Some people who are far more entertaining and famous than I am. They're just flexing about how they learned how to pronounce what? Sky Rizzy, my Rizzle, Rizma, Rizza. I can't do it. I can't do it. What is that medication name? The thing about diabetes is that the control system is very frustrating. Your body, over the course of billions of years, or if you're a crazy person, flat Earth, 5 years or whatever, I don't fucking know, it's stupid. Anyway, over the course of billions of years, because we know what carbon is, your body has evolved. Your body has evolved to do pretty much one task, and that is getting sugar into your blood. And so when you eat something, a couple things happen. A couple things happen at the same time. You eat something, your liver actually gets a jump on things, and it will start releasing stuff that will encourage your body to release sugar into the blood. So if I drink orange juice, almost immediately my blood glucose starts to move. And that's like a mechanism of the human body because it hasn't really had time to process it. At the back of your throat and at the very top of the stomach and a little bit in the esophagus, there are things that are starting to absorb those simple sugars. So the simple sugars very, very quickly get into your blood. Enzymes then help release all the rest of the sugars, and that's when your stomach holds on to stuff and it shakes it around and it makes sure that you get all that sugar. But like, this is a very efficient way of getting sugar into the blood. So you drink orange juice, that orange juice is being put to work almost immediately. In order to store that sugar in your blood so that your blood doesn't have too much sugar in it, doesn't become acidic, and you don't end up having your whole body hurt from your kidneys out and screaming in a hospital bed, what it does is it releases insulin. And insulin is always strongest if it's your own supply. And it's secreted, and it's almost immediately dealt with. It's great, all that stuff, because it's being released into the blood very carefully by your liver that has its own mechanisms of sensing all this stuff. If you interrupt that control system and you take external insulin, you are injecting it into an interstitial material between muscles and blood and stuff. So you've got this interstitial fluid in your body, you inject insulin into it, it spreads out, and it eventually gets absorbed into the bloodstream in a slow, controlled manner. That's all well and good. If you accidentally hit like a vein, sometimes you'll get quick insulin, and that can be kind of dangerous. So as your body is absorbing these sugars, you inject the insulin. The problem is the insulin takes a matter of hours in order to start actually peaking in its effectiveness. It has to really stew. You have to marinate it in the muscle for a while. That means if you eat ho-ho, or you eat a bonbon, there we go, that's a little bit of ice cream and chocolate, that's going to go into your blood immediately, and you go, oh, I just ate a bonbon, I better give insulin for it, and it's going to take 2 hours. So your body's like, ah, and like getting all that stuff into the bloodstream, and the insulin is just like, oh man, was I supposed to be doing something today? And it takes a while for it to actually counteract all that stuff. So that's what's happening with me right now. I've given a legendary amount of insulin, and you can see it is a slow slope down to normal range, which is 80 to 180. I should be within those dotted lines in the center of the screen at 80 to 180. And so we are slowly descending from Mount Olympus, and hopefully I have a lot of insulin to show for it. Sometimes, though, the stomach drains, and that glucose level will just go straight down. So you got to be careful of that. I have warnings set up that will beep at me if that happens. That's a frustrating graph. If I go for a walk right now and I take like a long walk where I'm actually like a little bit athletic and sweating, I will actually, that glucose level is in danger of poof, going straight down. So we got to watch out a little bit over the next couple hours. Well, I'm only going to continue for maybe a little bit longer than another hour. Look at all the progress we've gotten. It's like nothing. I'm going to work on this on my own and hopefully get a jump start on it, because I really want the hardware to be done, because the more visual part is going to be programming all the modes, because we'll get the screen involved, and that looks cool. They're just flexing. Oh, never mind. Me in the mornings or afternoons. Wait, which? The screaming? This is why when you eat something, it's great to take a walk, because you can start to put those carbs to use. Take a walk, or, you know, I don't know, do a little exercise. Exercising in the morning is an amazing thing. Do not sleep on the morning exercisers. I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go pump iron a little bit at my local gym, because the effects are felt throughout the rest of the day. It has a wonderful regulation effect on the rest of your body, which I guess I need to get back to that. Maybe I can just go to the gym a little later. Our dog has like a very particular morning schedule, but I think maybe I can work in my own personal fucking fitness into that. Or maybe I can just get athletic with Willow, because she's getting kind of a bubble butt. She's got kind of a bubble butt going on there in a corgi terms. She's looking a little bubbly butt. She's got a junk in the trunk, you know? Maybe we can de-junk that trunk. We can throw away some of the things she's been keeping in that trunk. She got that bubble butt. Slow to wake up? Yeah. Actually, there's something called the dawn phenomenon with diabetics, where when you wake up, because you have to hunt down a mastodon or whatever the fuck our bodies were built to do, you have to go like catch muskrat or do the muckraking that you need to do. Your body actually releases glucose from the not releases glucose from the liver. I keep saying that. That is a vast simplification of the complexity of these systems. I'm a systems engineer, so I will dumb it down to the level of systems engineering. But your liver in the morning, and this is an evolutionary phenomenon designed to allow you to do the hunting things you need to do in the morning. It releases whatever creates glucose in the blood. So your blood sugar goes up when you wake up. There's a little bump in it. And the software that's running my pump knows this and will get a little bit aggressive in the mornings. Oh yeah, when you get ill, your body tends to weigh on the side of extra glucose, and so it does less to remove the glucose in the blood. And so if you're a little bit sick, you can have elevated glucose levels, and then you get better, and they suddenly drop. And these are skirts with death. This is your body doesn't have enough fuel to run your body. It's insane, the shit that we gotta deal with. Those are some interesting bus bars you're making. Yeah, they're for the modular synthesizer, and it's basically just a plug-to-plug interface. I've got a plus minus 12 volt and 5 volt plug here from the power supply, and then it runs out to where it goes to the modules. The reason it's being done like this is because this circuit board is going to hold all the digital stuff in the project, and below it is this board, which has all of the power supply stuff in it. So I have to dedicate a little piece of this board to running power. All right, so let's get those other lines connected. Oh, that was a big hiccup. I've been forgetting to hydrate. When your glucose level's high, your kidneys deal with liquid quite a bit, and you want to be kind to your kidneys, so. Definitely hydrate, overhydrate. All right, so. So. We're going to keep going. I don't know if I need to do the bus between these two. I don't think that's going to be necessary. I don't know if that's going to be needed. Oh, did I answer what's happening here? Did I do that? I think I answered it later on. Sorry, Hidonica. I didn't mean to do that. I don't mean to ignore you guys. I've been rambling. You shut the fuck up, Nightmare. You fuck. You piece of fuck. Fuck you. I don't want to design a circuit board. I wanted to avoid it. I know it would be super easy. It represents a lot of work, actually, to be honest. It represents a lot of work, and these are big, so I don't think I would be able to get away with such a cheap PCB with this project. It would certainly make things a whole lot more organized, that's for sure. It would make things a lot more organized. Everything would be very logical. I would spend a little bit of time in CAD and then a little bit of time prototyping. Fact of the matter is, I've already made so many decisions that have fundamentally changed this board that I could only do if I did it in a prototyping manner. So it takes a little bit of copium for me to justify all of this stuff that I'm doing. And you're right, I should absolutely just make a cheap circuit board. If this were any smaller of a project, I probably would do that. I probably should do that. And then the other hard part is like, do I keep the modules? And if I keep the modules, I need to get those into CAD. And if I get those into CAD, I insist on making sure that I have 3D models of everything. So you're right. You're absolutely right. But I'm not doing it. You spend the time either way. Well, the thing is, like, the amount of thinking on your toes. I don't know how to put it. It's not, well, I guess modularity. The modularity of all the components on a board like this means that I can change the course of, change my idea of what this is going to be in the end on the fly. I have a little bit more ability to improvise. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Spend time either way, but the PCB is easily reproducible. Yeah, if I decided that I wanted to sell this, and I would sell it as a kit, it wouldn't be like a, you know, like a, what do you call it? It wouldn't be a product per se, because then I have to do all kinds of other liability and company and stuff. So it'd be a kit. And then I'd probably just have the software for it on GitHub. Make it fully open source. And then all you simps that feel like buying something from Bother can buy something from Bother. And that would be a lucrative thing for me to do, both financially, mentally, help promote my thing. This is such an eclectic piece of gear, though. This isn't really something that I think a lot of you would utilize at all. There's a couple modular synth heads that have found the channel, but I don't think this would be particularly useful for the rest of y'all. And it's such a big endeavor. This is such a big endeavor. There's a lot of functionality that we're putting into this thing. Whereas the modular synthesizers really aren't supposed to be one singular do-all, be-all. The circuit simulation is something that I believe is a practical joke against engineers by programmers. I think somewhere a programmer insulted an electrical an electrical engineer was being an ass, and they insulted a programmer. And as a result, we have stuff that's called circuit simulation, which is designed to frustrate. I don't want to explain this fully every time, but doing simulation has come a long way, and it is good. But you don't trust it over. Like, what fun is there in sitting behind the computer all day, as I sit here behind the computer yelling at the furniture? You're missing the conversation here. It's all hooked up. Get this all hooked up. Some people just dump the KI project files and Gerbers on GitHub. Yeah, I mean, I could do that too. I would be happy to do that. I am going to dump the software on GitHub, but it's fairly specialized software because it's just for the Noritake e-tron screens. I should probably de-antennaize some of these grounds, these 3 grounds that are here, here, and here. I've got those running together, and I probably should run something up from there. I guess I can do that. It's just going to make it really sloppy. I'll just run that like that. Let's add some solder to that so it's nice and sloppy. Have our sloppy steaks. The holder is like half off the table. That's why it's moving around like this. Without magnification, no. With magnification, 0402 just eroded my entire level of confidence in soldering. Somebody like me who lives and dies by the iron, I felt completely inept when doing 0402. It was on a scale that looks like the larger electronics when you're using magnification. It looks like the larger electronics that you're used to soldering, and it's not the same because every single twitch is so much more exaggerated. It's nasty stuff. It's so weird. You move your finger a little bit and it ends up just all going to shit. It was so frustrating. I did it for the mutable instruments circuits, and boy, oh man, it just did something. It just did so. Like, part of me snapped. Father's shaky hands. I mean, it's like plus minus a millimeter. They've gotten shakier, and my heartbeat isn't helping that. I got a new blood pressure medication coming in the mail. Down to, yeah, a quark comes out of nowhere and fucking knocks your iron away. Like it's a freaking basketball game, and you're like, what are you doing? You're not a point guard. Get out of here, quark and subquark. Gluon. Gluon, look at ass. There we go. There's our little bridge to all grounds. One loose neutrino, one errant twitch, and kablooey. Do you think I'd be sitting... If I was bad at analyzing IEDs, would I be sitting here talking to you? I was like the only person who knew of TF2 at the IED reverse engineering job. It unfortunately was a lot of old Gen Xers, so nobody would get my Demo Man references, and I wanted to make Demo Man references. At a certain scale, everything poops Brownodian ocean. What? I should probably bridge the ground in a couple more places here, but I think I'm just not going to bother today. These are dumb. To put them best, these are dumb. This is very ugly soldering. Not a lot of the soldering in this project is going to look very good anyway. But anyway, this is just running power lines from end to end to end. Must have been frustrating to find out. Yeah, the size that you can solder, the minimum size. 0402 should be done by machines. It's the 0603 that I can do okay with. The 0603 is the size where the resistors can still have printed markings on them. With 0402, you just get blank components because they're too small, apparently. Even though mankind, we've gone to like super nano-sized transistors, I guess we can't label 0402 stuff. It would be nice if we did, because I appreciate electronics that tell you what they are. We are the youth of the nation. I have this all super tight because the plastic is exploding. It's in mid-explosion. All right, so technically these should work with the rest of the power supply, and I would test them right now, but I don't want to do wire crimping with you guys right now. This is, what is it? I forget which one's control and which one's gate, but there's a gate and a control on the plug just as like an internal thing. It's a layover from the older systems of modular synthesizers. There's 5 volts, which just goes straight across to 5 volts and doesn't have a capacitor because nobody really uses 5 volts. So I'm not really going to miss the capacitor in that instance. Then we have positive 12 volts that goes straight back, and it also contacts the capacitor on the positive end. Below that, we have, sorry, that was 5 volts. 5 volts, no, I already said 5 volts doesn't, then we have 12 volts. 12 volts goes straight back, has a capacitor. Then we have 3 ground pins, so ground, ground, ground. However, this plug only has 2 ground pins because I'm not a freak. So what I did is I bumped both of those down 1 pin. So minus 12 sitting at the bottom of the connector is the lowest potential, goes down and then straight back, gets its own capacitor. Ground, ground, ground comes all the way back to here, and then this one at the last minute turns 90 degrees and goes over to its fellow grounds. All these things that people are talking about in chat, you guys may not have context for. I, however, can show you what components we're talking about, and I can do that by grabbing... Oh, it's good to stretch your legs. Chad, if you've been sitting the whole time, stretch your legs. Do yourself the favor. Get your rubber shoes out. Put them on. Stretch those legs. You can sit down again after stretching, but make sure you have rubber shoes on. I'll do an 0402 by hand if I have to. They're not fun. Yeah, exactly. Recently I had to use 0201s on a design. Thankfully, that was all machine assembled. Damn. SMD ceramic caps are never labeled. Even the ones that are large enough. Yeah, I know. They should have to laser a label onto there, because they could do that. You could just use black ink. Not really black ink, just whatever lasering does to the ceramic. I don't know. Oh, there's a lot of popping noises when I went to crouch down. So back in the day, electronics were all big chips and through-hole, right? Back in the day, back when horseless carriages were around and we were using Leyden jars to store charge, we did through-hole stuff. And while this was great for like computers and stuff, you could plug it in, you could easily see what your circuit is, you could work on it using all the methods we're working today. What this made is essentially a cheese grater out of the back end, and that hurt immensely. What I just did there was put a whole bunch of little sharp wires against my skin, and it's not really like those guys that lay down on a bed of nails. It hurts. You get caught off guard by this thing and you're missing skin. It's bad. But anyway, we used 5 volts and we used big chips and everything. But then came along the miniaturization, the inevitable miniaturization of electronics, and we moved over to stuff like surface mount electronics. Surface mount electronics came from, well, they were found in a UFO in Roswell, New Mexico. And we copied them and made a whole bunch of mega corporations that then made, you know, parts that go directly down on the circuit board. And that meant that we didn't need as much packaging around the parts, and the pins got smaller and they got closer together. And in the beginning, things were done with generic chips. So you can see here on this board, this is in fact not 0802. There's 1206, which is even larger than these components, and 0802. And when we're talking about those numbers, what we're talking about is the dimensions of a square resistor. Resistors have the designation of 0402, 0806, etc., etc. We're not talking about chips. We're not talking even about capacitors, because capacitors have slightly different dimensions. So when we talk about 0402, we are talking about inch measurements of the length and width of the square itself. 1206, 12. That would be, what is it, 12, what are they called again? Mil. The scale's called mil, and it's an inch, and it sucks that it's an inch, because when we originally had electronics that were through-hole, you could use things like solderless breadboard and wire wrap in order to make your circuits, and there was a standard spacing between the pins of 1/10 of an inch, 0.1 inch between these two pins. But then the world went metric, and with it electronics. So you have this mishmash of inch standards and metric standards all together on one circuit board. Of course, our ability to etch things, of course, is extremely good, and the type of precision you see in circuit boards is pretty much unparalleled. If you go to a mechanical engineer and you want circuit board level precision, they will be mad at you. But we started out with these larger resistors and capacitors and stuff, and so we weren't able to print labels on caps, and we were able to print labels on certain size resistors. 0802 is a nice comfortable size because it also lines up with the 0.1 inch spacing of through-hole. So the 0.1 inch spacing of through-hole stuff, you can bridge with an 0805 capacitor. So all of your soldered prototyping boards are still surface mount compatible. However, we, in the inevitable course, the march of time and technology, and the advancement of the species and our need to have a little gadget that does everything, means that things got smaller. And they got incredibly smaller because our ability to etch things onto boards is unparalleled. And so you have sizes like this, where if you zoom in the microscope, it may resemble an older 90s circuit like this. But boy, oh boy, your tools have gotten exponentially larger, and you are forced to maneuver something like this, where if you barely touch it to the tip of the soldering iron, both sides become molten solder. This is an impossible size to rework. This is, I believe, 0406. So when we're talking about 0406, we are talking about crazy go nuts, pants on head, super small land. Right next to it is fucking, what's his name's kids? Rick Moranis' kids. This is the size of the soldering iron that we've been using, and this is the size of 0402. So I could put a very fine tip on this, or I can just yeet away the component by just heating it up from the side with with this thing like that. But the thing is, like, they don't have to be careful. They can put their components in very close proximity to one another because a machine is working on this. So you hit this with hot air and maybe you can pluck the component off. What's the value? What if this falls onto my desk? What if I sneeze? Honey, I shrank the resistors. Yeah, so this is the smallest of the hand-workable technologies. Things get smaller. And I don't have an example of that because all that hardware is ASICs and stuff. Everything is ASICs in these later things. Like, you can identify some of these chips as having specific jobs in here, but a lot of this, like this thing is a ball grid array, so it's got all the pins are below this chip. They're pads on the underside of this chip. It's called a ball grid array because when you get this, there's solder on those pins, and the solder has sort of a half circle that it creates, and so those are the balls. And if you re-ball a chip, I get to say ball a lot now. I'm going to say balls like over and over again. Balls. When you re-ball a chip, you have a piece of circuit board that has all holes drilled where all of those pads are. And you have to heat it up, and you have to get just enough solder paste in those holes so that it adheres to this whole grid of pins. These are very easy to mis-solder because you don't know what's going on underneath. You need to be able to test around and make sure that everybody's connected. Hot air rework is how you do this stuff, and it's fascinating and interesting. I have had very little opportunity to work with things like this because you want these guys, these edge pins on the chip. Sometimes they'll have a big heat pad underneath, but it's okay if that doesn't solder perfectly. Ball grid arrays are just torture. They're for miniaturization, and you end up with, you know, these little structures like this. You can build this by hand. It's just not going to be very pleasant. And the way that you would build this by hand is not with a soldering iron. The soldering iron is misleading in this case. You would be putting like a stencil on it that would leave behind a certain amount of solder paste by wiping the stencil over, and then you very carefully with a pair of tweezers position all of these into place and then put it in an oven or hit it with hot air. But there are also machines that'll do the pick and place. There's also manual pick and places, and I would love, maybe one day we'll build a manual pick and place because it's a fairly simple machine. You just have a couple things that tack onto it that make your life easy. So what you need in a manual pick and place is just a slide that goes this way, a slide that goes this way, and then twist so that your syringe with suction can travel in X and Y and then twist the component into place. VGAs are torture in the PCB design software too. Do you have enough layers? Yeah, exactly. Because when you get into multiple layers, like this is a multi-layer circuit board. It probably has a staggering number of layers. This is a very expensive video recorder that the other Lone Star, who hasn't streamed in a long time. The other Lone Star is a fellow from New York. He got like a museum job. I think he's still at the museum job. He's loving it, which is great. He's a friend of the show, and he sent me this extremely expensive piece of production tech. And then I broke it, and I laughed at him, and I laughed, and I laughed, and I laughed. No, what this is a video recorder. There's two USB sockets. I should see what those are. I think those are extensions of these, but this is a hard drive recorder. You put an SSD into this thing, and it would record video directly onto it. This thing died because the fan died. The fan on top of the CPU died, and it just went and didn't work anymore. Yeah, this is Blackmagic Design. Blackmagic Design makes a lot of cool stuff. But so looking at this, it's incredible. I mean, this board is, I don't know how many layers. When you have a BGA, you have absolutely a blistering number of pins in a small area. And what we'll find there is one of the biggest ahas for finding out if a board has multiple layers. You guys don't know how much Bother knows. Bother knows a lot of stuff. This would be the processor. That's way too many. We're not going to look at that. That's way too many. So those RAM, those little pieces of memory on the outside, you see these vias here. These vias are a way, it's like a rivet that takes charge, it takes voltage from layer to layer on your circuit board. It's the way you travel from one layer to another. And if you have tons of internal layers and you need to move something from an internal layer to an internal layer, you get stuff like this, where you have this via here, and it's not connected to the ground plane. It doesn't appear to be connected to anything. What it's doing is it's driving an internal layer from an internal layer, possibly to another internal layer. And you can see how many layers your board has, somewhat like this. You can see that since we have blind vias, that means we are 4 or more layers. I'm going to guess this is probably a 6 to 8 layer board, just by virtue of how many pins. Like, what if you have to get a trace out of this thing? There are no traces on this side of the board. What size traces are they using for everything? Here's a couple traces right here. Probably had to get that approved with a bunch of different engineering departments. So what you would normally typically do with a board like this, for the sake of, oh God, troubleshooting, for the sake of troubleshooting, can you imagine troubleshooting this stupid thing? You would have an internal power and ground layer so that everybody can get power, everybody can get ground in abundance. And then on the outside, you would see all those traces run around. I don't know if maybe they did the outside ground layer for interference or something, but this is a great glance into modern production device design. Insane. A via on the ball contact is mean. Can they do that? That sounds illegal, because really you've got the balls on the underside of the chip, and then you have to route around. You see all kinds of weird stuff happening under processors. You'll have traces that just do absolutely circuitous things in order to get out, because it's like, I got to get to this pin. How do I do that? It's in the middle of a field of pins. But yeah, I'm guessing, I'm gonna wager that this is 8, just because of the density of the electronics and the size of things. But when we're talking about how torturous it is to do 040, oops, that's a 3D printer. That's a totally different subject. We're talking about the absolute torture of working with 0402. I'm sure watchmakering has opinions about small stuff as well, but this is the smallness of the electrical engineering stuff. Is that, like, if I'm going to hand fix this, 0402 is the absolute worst to work with. And all the mutable instruments PCBs I got worked in this size. They had, mercifully, they had slightly larger, not this size, not SO8. They had slightly larger than like this codec stuff. I might actually be able to use some of these chips. These are for video, but the ones for audio down here, I wonder if I could have snagged this guy and used it in the module tester. Oh, that seems to be like one channel, like mono, because it's a XLR plugin. Maybe this guy over here. That might be a power supply. Anyway, I digress. It's easy to get me to digress. Via in-pad can help some, but it's much better than just dog bones. Huh. Via in-pad. I don't really know what that is, actually. I think maybe I don't know what that is. Unless it's something very simple and I just, you know, brain farting on it. I have a pile of solder right where my wrist wants to be. All right, we got so much done today. Let's get some of the other stuff down. So this is going to sit in this corner, right? The reason we didn't get a lot done today is because I had to reattach this connector no less than 4 times. What's up, puppy? Is that a puppy I heard? Is that Willow? Was that Willow? I thought I heard Willow. Hold on, let me just check to see if the dog's here. What you doing, puppy? She's probably starting to get desperate. She can go for a little longer, though. But I could have sworn I heard paws on... Hold on, I'm checking to see if my dog's in here. The via is in the center of the pad. The via is then filled and overplated to make the pad flat. Isn't that just like a normal pad? Was that a puppy dog down here? I'm hallucinating. I guess I'm hallucinating. Why is there a seltzer bottle on the floor? I'm hallucinating. I have so many carbs in my body. That's causing hallucination. I don't know what you mean by the... So V at the center of the pad, yeah, I mean, that's just... I've done that on regular pads, on regular designs. That's actually a way that I strengthen surface mount pads, because the surface mount pads are just relying on the interface between, you know, the copper and the FR4. I think that was the dog coming down here, but she went back upstairs so quickly. Why did she do that? It's like she's afraid. Yeah, it's a via without a... You don't see it because there's solder that surrounds it, and it makes that pad into somewhat of a rivet. And so that's what I suggest on the USB. These guys, these USB guys, if they have only a surface mount interface on the shell, you need to put a via on it, because otherwise you don't get that strong mechanical interface. What they did on this specific connector, the one that Paul Stoffrigan bought, it looks like this one might have through holes. So I think he did this correctly. Although they never solder these long enough. Look at that, it looks dry. It looks like they didn't add enough or solder, or they didn't solder it long enough. But what they have on this one, at least mercifully enough, is a through-hole thing. I would even want to go over this with solder in order to hold it on a little better. These are notorious for popping directly off. And when it pops off, because this is the interface to the 1,200-pound gorilla, it'll rip up pads on this thing. Too often have I had to go in and repair these little tiny pads right next to a USB connector. If I were to do this one, I'd probably remove this capacitor first just so I could get in there. But these pads will be torn up, and you need to find the next location of the pad. In the case of the design of this particular piece of technology, is this burnt out? This is the one I killed. Uh-oh. We'll have to find where the working one is. I need to source one of these, because I think if I replace this, I might get the rest of it. Is this a, wait, is that burnt out? No, that's just flux. That one might have been flux too. I don't know, where's the burnt out one? I killed one of these by putting a -12 line into it, so, and there's a visible, like, mark on the power supply. I maybe could have replaced this. But it looks like, due to the design of this thing, your USB pads, your D- and D+, are going to be going into this thing. So your repair is going to need to use some super thin motor wire in order to get that on there. That would be such a pain in the butt. It gets drilled before plating, but not after. Oh. So solder doesn't get into the hole at that scale. Okay. The fill is non-conductive. So you still have a tubular via? That's strange. Very strange indeed. Okay, so next. So yeah, this board goes here, and it covers over all of our power supply interfaces, which should be okay. I mean, those are just going to go to where they need to go to the next jump. Here's where we're plugging into metered power. So the cable goes from here to here. And I probably could have put that in line over there and made my job a little easier, whatever. It's going to be a wire that comes out and around and plugs into here. There's going to be a lot of these jumping wires that go all over the place. But now I have this interface that I can get to from the back if I need to, where I can plug in power to the module. So I'm keeping that in a nice open area of the module testing module. Next is all the digital stuff. So we're going to have another power plug. I don't know if it'll be inverted like I have this one, but another power plug that'll take all of the voltages that we're going to need to power this board. This board's not going to need 12 volts. This one doesn't need plus and minus 12 volts. It just needs 5 volts and ground. So I could potentially just relegate this to a 2-pin plug. I could have a 5-pin plug down here with only 2 wires installed, and then that would go up to this 2-pin plug. Maybe I should do that. Or I can have just a full power plug everywhere I need it to be. That would mean what? I'm not going to have any op amps on this board, so I guess we'll just do a 2-pin JST. Yeah, I think that's the way of it. I could use headers and I could use specialty plugs, but I don't know. They'll all have their purpose. I can use really weird specialty plugs in this project because it's a one-off. Otherwise, I would have to use something that I can source a lot of. Regarding connectivity, large ground planes are sometimes designed to sink heat. Yes. When you have to remove a busted component on that ground, it takes a long time for the solder to melt and those ground pads. In a lot of this, like, more advanced stuff, you'll have things like board preheaters or just something you put your PCB down onto that keeps it warm. And that way you don't have to fight that ground plane sinking your heat off. There were times when I was soldering stuff in on the IED job where I was building like some kind of an interface, or I had something with higher voltage on it or higher current on it, where I was soldering, and then the iron, like the little solder blob, booped its way into a ground plane, and all of a sudden all of my solder solidified because what I was soldering to on that ground plane was able to sink away all of the soldering iron's heat. Oh, it's so bad. I had to go get a gas iron and come back in and boop it with that. So there's heat capacity, and then there's the wattage of heat that it's able to put into the thing. It's like volts and amps. The other option is use a laser drill via the small enough. Jesus Christ, that's a little too advanced. I see, and then solder isn't sucked into it. What the heck? Yeah, that's all way too advanced for my dumbass. Okay, so I've got these digital audio modules, and I guess if I put this one up at the edge, I can still get into it from here. Now, I do want to avoid the standoffs. I want to keep away from the standoffs and the screws so that I can get to them. I mean, you know, backed into a wall, I could actually make it so that I need to remove this thing in order to change it out, but I think this will be good. So I want to space them evenly and have them all be the same direction just because of the way they hook up. I don't think it'll do me any good to like flip every other one around. And I want it to be an even number of holes. So if I do 4 holes, I do 4 holes here, 4, 4, and 4. That's a little close over here, but then the other module that we put in is this awkward shape. These are all very awkward shapes. Oh, and this one actually needs to get right and left input sorted out. Okay, hold on. So we need to put headers on this thing. So we don't forget. Let me get this out of the way. And then, either the heatsink or the vise. Where's the vise? There it is. I've been doing a lot of hardware work, so things are a little scattered. Scattered devices. How's everybody doing? What are we up to? I expect that my dog is going to start getting a little antsy because she's been inside since around noon. So that's a good 3.5 hours. These streams are not going to be particularly long this week because it's just me taking care of the whole house. So I had to water the garden today. Imagine the injustice. Watering the garden. Disgusting. I don't mind watering the garden, but every time I do it, I start to think about those Thingiverse fittings. You buy just that hard garden tube and use the fittings in order to make drip feeds for all of your plants. I keep thinking about it because it'd be fun to run that tube in a way that you don't see it. My server is alive again. My file server needs work. I don't have time for it. I wish I could just hire somebody to do all my file server stuff. Or give a case of beer to my local IT friend. But I have to do it because I'm doing a lot of weird stuff. I don't know what to do about running. I guess I need to learn how to run docs or run Docker in general, because that would allow me to have, what is it, like Linux machines? I don't know what Linux I need to use, because I need something to be an MQTT broker. Traditionally, that was just a Raspberry Pi, but I want to move away from stuff like that being specifically on a Raspberry Pi, because I don't want a bunch of disparate Raspberry Pis that run my life. I would rather have it all on one machine, and the one machine I have to run it is my TrueNAS box, and I'm not going to run external. I would like to run the Dockers through TrueNAS so that I have one interface that'll tell me what my computer's doing. It's been very annoying to get set up. I've had quite a bit of help from you guys, but I'm not there yet. I guess we're waiting for TrueNAS to run to production. And then, because for some reason, they decided to stop using the stuff that would allow me to run the Dockers, and then they don't let you use the ports that would let you run the Dockers. And it's like, why? Oh, we're not allowed to use ports at those numbers. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Can this fit like this? No. Okay, so the design of the solderless breadboard is hindering my ability to align these guys. These are out of alignment anyway. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, these are bent a little bit. Well, now they're super bent. Okay, so that lines up, but I can't, jeez, keep messing it up. Late afternoon drop-ins. What are you doing? How you doing? MQTT, not NQTT. Using ESP8266. I don't want a microcontroller to do that. What's going on, big guy? FK Productions. You should try FK Productions. You should try playing Abiotic Factor. It is a Half-Life 1 survival game that has a lot of SCP content in it. I think you would love it. This isn't working out. This isn't working out. We're building a module testing module out of modules, out of electronics modules, and it's going okay. It's coming along. Doing 8266? What does that mean? I am to this round. Let's play. I don't understand the words. What are all these words? What's going on? I don't know if I have it in me to start another multiplayer server on that. I did a little multiplayer with my LAN friends, and I'm doing a single player run through. But it is a multiplayer game. It's kind of a good multiplayer game, to be honest. It's a New Zealand studio, and they're doing like weird SCP style stuff. But it's got that Half-Life feel. All right, that should be okay. I could probably wiggle that into place. I'm working on a few ESP32 and 8266 projects for some consulting. Oh, that's pretty nice. Those are fun platforms. You get to kind of know them a little bit. It's nice to be able to do stuff remotely. Need to go wireless with microcontrollers for MQTT in most cases anyway. Just use Wi-Fi. It works great. I don't want to do that, though. I want to have the MQTT broker be my TrueNAS box. I mean, I've got 8266s growing out of my ears, so maybe I do need to just swallow my pride and use one of those. I had the Raspberry Pi doing it, but working on a few ESP32. Oh, I already got that. Sorry. I never listen. I am looking at so many. This should be a combination of all the chats, right? And so I should just read the new comments that come in there. That's video monitoring. But then over here, I've got YouTube chat, Twitch chat, and Twitch chat. This is where I moderate. I can't moderate these two, but I need them open because those are what run this. But sometimes this doesn't update properly, so I need to check here periodically. It's too many screens. It's too many screens. I'm covered in screens. All right, so modules. Modular modules, modulating synthesizers. If I leave four pins space from there to here, like this, this thing doesn't line up. Oh, wonderful. So whoever made this little board is a bastard, and they did not make this line up so well with 0.1 headers. I can kind of force it into alignment. Oh God, look at it, it's doing that lean. It's on that lean. Is it that they need to, but these are like crooked. Yeah, I just don't think it lines up properly. It's all jacked up. The alternative is connecting to the ESP328266 module over serial, over USB, or SPI, or Raspberry Pi. I don't know what, wait, have we lost sight of what? It's not that, well, no, I soldered this, and I didn't solder it crooked. It's that these are not 0.1 inch spaced. The spacing is all messed up. It has to be crooked or it doesn't line up. It's in between sizes. Like if I measure, I'm not going to measure it right now. I'm just going to solder it in. This will be fine. So I'll do this one first. I'll do the jacked up one first. So what I'm trying to do, okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have an MQTT broker so that Node-RED can communicate with my smart plugs. So when I switch to this scene, this light turns off. That's how I had it before. I had it before and I had the MQTT broker, but that was running off of a Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi was running several things at once. It was running my refrigerator controller, which also does fermenting temperature stuff. So I had a fermenting temperature controller on the Raspberry Pi. I had the MQTT broker on the Raspberry Pi. I had Node-RED on the Pi. I wanted to move all of that to my TrueNAS setup, because TrueNAS is, using its own flavor of Linux or whatever the fuck that's called. I don't know nothing about this stuff, and I have to suddenly become an expert in IT in order to run these stupid things. Cool thing about TrueNAS was that it had apps, and the apps were pretty simple. You click on the app, and then you have the app to use. So I clicked on Node-RED. Hey, cool, Node-RED. And now I'm running Node-RED. Firmentrack did not have an app, and the MQTT broker did not have an app, but there was an app that installed the MQTT broker. TrueNAS Scale or Core? I forget which one I was using. It's the latest and greatest. I think it's Scale, I want to say. Is it Brink GG? It's not here right now. It's the one that's kind of helping me. Move to Scale, ditch Core. I think that's what I did. It's what they're moving everything to. I just want to stay up with the latest stuff. Problem with doing that is that they don't have those things as apps. And apparently they can't do an MQTT broker as an app because it's using ports that they're not allowed to use for some reason. It's like, why is there lore behind my... Yeah, I'm probably going to have to run them in containers. I wanted everything to be apps because it's easier. Portainer? The one that everybody was telling me was Dockers, but I don't think they can do Dockers. I don't know. Why does everybody know about this stuff? How do they fucking learn this? Like, where is this coming from? This stuff is shit. I fucking hate all this crap like this. God. Portainers, Dockers. Okay, all right. Linux fucking sucks. You guys suck. All of you. I'm done streaming. That's how I feel about this. Everything is a weird fucking word. Look at this shit. Here, look at this shit. Look. I'll show you. I'll show you. Look at this shit. This is why I fucking hate all of you people. This is Sky Rizzy. It's a Risen Kizza Mobriza. I'm a Rizza Kizza, my Rizza. Old dirty bastard and the Jizza are here. Are you rizzling with the Jonkler? This is a legitimate serious medication, but it's called a Risen Kizza Mariza. Mariza? I'm taking crazy pills. I have a Crystal Pepsi on the shelf. Should I drink that? Maybe I should just drink that and then everything would be over. And I'd be done. Look, it's a Risen Kizza, my Rizza. They say it several times during the ad. Yeah, that's the medical name. They decided to call it Sky Rizzy because then they could have pictures of the sky during their medical commercial. During their waking nightmare of a medical commercial. Those medical commercials are all waking nightmares. They're like my worst fears, all of them. It's a Risen Kizza, Marissa. I don't know anymore. Yeah, the Linux stuff is frustrating. I've tried to get up to speed and learn all that IT style stuff, and I'm getting there. I'm certainly getting there. It's just I learned this stuff like what, 4 years ago, and all of a sudden the entire landscape is different now. I don't know what these folks are doing out there, but I use the NAS because it just works. You know, I can store all my files there. If something goes wrong with a drive, I used to be able to get an email. Doesn't do that anymore. But like I went to update and everything fundamentally changed. And it's like, what do I do? I could roll it back to the point where all of that stuff would probably work, but I would rather get up to speed, and getting up to speed means there's some things that don't quite work yet. They moved everything from one system to another. Apparently the new system is better. I don't know why, but yeah. Oh, and the other thing that I really hate that the file server doesn't have is it doesn't have that physical computing layer where you can have like, hey, if some smart status on a drive goes bad, turn this green LED red. It doesn't have that, and I don't know why. You know, it's possible that I could make Node-RED do that. It kind of does. I can see a way to do it in Node-RED if I can check the smart status on some kind of API. Hemdal. Oh, we've gone Scandinavian, huh? Hemdal. Hemdal, why do you have hard drive lights? We need to correct this. That's me just trying to get the name to stick in my brain. Hemdall has a bunch of apps that sort of do what you're asking. One-page landing page with all your services running. I like that. I like that indeed. When I change the 3D printer over to Clipper, it has one page for all of your settings. One page. I like my one page of settings. You can Control F the one page of settings. You don't have settings and advanced settings and then alternate advanced settings. You would like Hemdall, then. I shall meet him in the hall. I'll have to look at it. I'll have to look at Hemdall. The Hall of Our Forefathers. Okay, so let's see here. Well, these aren't very well soldered. That seems like it's floating. Hopefully I'll be able to unplug and replug this, and it is flat, even though this, when they design stuff that's like off by a little bit. It's off of the 0.1-inch holes just a little bit. Guys, this is a breakout board. Could you just make it work? I thought TrueNAS was the way to go, but if I can migrate over to Hemdall, then I'll check it out. But it's not server day. I did a whole bunch of stuff during server day, and it was a big thing, and it broke most of my shop. My shop had all these automated things, and basically the end goal, Hemdall runs over TrueNAS. Ah, okay, all right. Well, I haven't even had a chance to like look it up. If I can look it up, then I can learn what it is. I'll hopefully be able to get a little bit of time to be able to do that. Sorry, I'm like stuttering over myself. I'm a little ADHD hyper today. All this glucose is in my blood right now. I'm doing 4 holes in between these things. 4 holes to get to there. Yeah, that's correct. AV Fusion. I awakened from my 9 to 5 slumber. I am now in weekend mode. Fear my wrath and bow down before the weekend warrior that has awoken from their 9 to 5 slumber. Sticking with Debian. I'm with Debbie. The SATA and SAS cable has 2 lines reserved for LEDs. What, really? One activity, the other one error indicator, but the enclosure, backplane, or drive bays you're using might not have support for the ZFS cable. For that, ZFS is capable of using those. I'm running ZFS right now. RAID 0 or whatever. Because my IT friend was like, use this, and that was 2011, 2012. So like my whole NAS setup is in the past. I used to have an HP whatever, those little cube things. But then everybody like super upgraded their file systems and stuff. I guess ZFS is good, although some people told me it was like dangerous to be using ZFS. But I've been using ZFS for like 10 years now. Yeah, you get the pools, and then you can remake the pools and stuff. I haven't set up my pools in a while, and unfortunately, if my file server fills, it will tank itself, and I have to go in with alternative tools to delete files. I had that happen once. I've been upgrading to 6 terabyte drives, but that rack case only has room for 4 drives. Need to mirror the drives, basically 1-to-1 HD radio. Yeah, I don't know nothing about nothing. What I need to have is a new, like a second file server just for all of the recordings. I've got gigs and gigs and gigs of recordings of my production, but I don't have thousands of dollars to spend on the type of stuff that I would need. I need to redo this rack, or maybe put a rack below it. I could put a rack. Look down here, chat. Come on back here. You come back here. Just stop fighting. Just look. All right. Stay still. Just look. I'll let go of your head. I could put a rack down there. Sort of catty corner. But if you look up here, come here, come on, look over here. This thing could also get larger. I could make that a little taller. And then I would be able to fit a second one of those 2U boxes in there. These guys down here. And then I would be able to do another file server, and that could hold all of my recording drives. As for right now, all of my recordings are, they're right there. They're right there. There's all of my, oh God, it's mirrored. Wait, down towards the camera, down, right there. That's all of my archive. And actually, most of that's on YouTube, so at least it's backed up there. Of course, YouTube's gonna like get deleted. There's gonna be like a world event where all of this information gets lost. I'm telling you, we'll have a sunspot and YouTube will be gone. I wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl in the hood. I would call her. Weirdly enough, I wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat. It's a weird one to wish, but you know, here I am. Everybody always wishes their rack was taller or larger. That's how racks work. RAID 6 is the better option instead of RAID 10 with 4 or more drives. Really? Because I only got 4 drives. But you know, it's like the American experience. Everybody thinks they're going to be a millionaire. So when I'm a millionaire, you know, when I finally make $1 million, I will have an opinion on the capital gains tax, and I will want to have been ZFS. I wish I had enough money that I didn't have to think about this crap. Oh God, the solder's directly against my skin. I was going to burn myself if I went for the end of the iron. In other what year is it news, everybody's playing Dead Rising again. As part of the, I guess, the PlayStation's 30th anniversary or something. I might start to pull hair out. What's wrong? What did I do? What did I do to frustrate the IT people again? It's just, I don't know. It's never good enough, and I never, it's always so weird, all the stuff for running these things. I got to learn it a little bit better. If I do a Docker separate from TrueNAS, that means that it's a separate, like, landing page that I have to keep an eye on. Like a separate thing that I need to, like, get into on that machine. I would like the straightforward simplicity of having everything just be one thing. And Hemdall sounds like it might be the right fit, but you know, I need to see what it is. What is it? Oh, this is, oh geez. Okay, so that one's all effed up. I gotta figure out how to unfuck this situation here. I could maybe heat these up selectively while pressing down on it, and they might rearrange themselves. Doesn't look like that's too much of an option, huh? Why is that all messed up? It's like crooked. I guess these aren't exactly 0.1 inch spaced either. They have to have that lean on them. I love Hemdall. My client used it to get really great effect. See, I need the solution that the IT people figure out, like they bicker about, and they say, look, the client is some big dumbass, so we need to make this as simple as possible. I'm that guy. I'm that dumbass. I'm really good at this stuff. I'm really good at, particularly at soldering, which is not really a modern skill set. You guys look at this channel, and if you think that I'm in a good space, I'm not. Like, nobody needs somebody to solder stuff. Soldering is the reward you get for all the other dumb stuff that I'm not good at. Anyway, I'm really good at this stuff, like building little electronic doodads and soldering and coming up with software and keeping things nice and organized. I'm good at that. I'm not that great at putting computer systems together. For a systems engineer, it's kind of pathetic. So I don't know too much about like what the landscape is doing and stuff. I would like to be able to focus on the interactivity layer of this shop. I've got a bunch of these purse screens that I want to do something with. The more I can get into like Node-RED and you know, that sort of interactive channel point stuff, the better things go around here. The more people I get in, the more kind of zany stuff we have going on in the background. That's what I need to focus on, and I haven't been able to because all of my IT stuff has been falling apart either by age or by inability to get where I need it to go. So I need to figure out where I'm going with monitoring my file server so I don't lose all of my work, and getting Node-RED and MQTT broker, my fermentation tracking system, and all of those other Linuxy things that existed on Raspberry Pis. I want to get them off the Pi. I want to get them on the file server because the file server is my single point of failure. If something goes wrong with the file server, I'm dead. But nothing should go wrong with the file server. And actually, to be honest, if the file server dies, that would be somewhat transformative for me, because then I could reinvent all of my stream visuals. So I got to look at systems and ways to get this together, and maybe I can't unify it in the way that I want to. That might just be the reality. Sounds like you need 2 file servers. Well, the reason that I would need 2 file servers is specifically to have a recordings drive. Right now, what happens is every now and then my hard drive fills up on this machine, and I transfer all the OBS files over into a hard drive, and the hard drive is in a removable bay, so I just buy another 6 terabyte drive and fill that up. But, you know, one of those can go bad. Have us all type the bits for everything on your server. Then you can use /user to find them. Oh, God. No. The way that I want to do that, I want to unify the front end of the shop so that Node-RED basically gets onto the Twitch API and has full whatever available to it. And that gives me this little separation layer. So all of your bullshit will go into Node-RED, and then I'll filter whatever I need to filter and divvy that out to the appliances that I have around the shop. And that way, when one credential expires, I only need to redo the credential in Node-RED. And that super duper simplifies a lot of my job in terms of keeping the up and running stuff up and running. Where did the... Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. I was going to make a lot of noise. I do have to take my doggie on a walk soon. I don't know why she doesn't come down to the shop anymore. Maybe it's all the yelling. You know, I got to do funny voices. This is an entertainment product. We could sit here and I could drone on and monotone, and I'd probably have 70 people. No, oh, wow, it's fucking hell. Why are you guys watching me? Why are you watching me? I just got frustrated at Linux, and my view count went up when I was screaming at Linux and dragging you guys around by the hair. It's like, I'm going to turn on Bother for engineering content, and I'm sitting here going, what the fuck is a Hemdall? I was a rabid Linux fan in 2005. I'm glad there's a computer screen between us, because I don't want to smell you. I've grown up since then. I don't mind Linux. It's just everything is so weird. Everything is so weird in Linux. It's very, very capable. And I do like using Raspberry Pi stuff. It was a lot of fun programming Raspberry Pis to do audio-visual things. That was actually fairly easy to get into, because Python's kind of a sing-song language. You sort of think in Python naturally, and so your ideas go down onto code very easily. I like Python. I know all the Linux users in here are now grinding their teeth as a result of my saying that. But I think it's a very functional language. Everybody says it's slow, but it's like, people are slow. I am slow. I have brain rot. People speed things are fine in Python. So if you're doing physical computing, it's fine. It works great. I am still a rabid Linux fan. You should probably get medicated for rabies then, because you're rabid. It's slow. It's not slow enough to matter. Everybody makes fun of it for that, but it's really is never... I do microcontroller stuff, and it's never affected me. Although I was using it on a Raspberry Pi, which, you know, hey, it's a pretty capable platform. All right, so things are coming together in the way that we planned. We added capacitors. How advanced? We're going to have a bunch of digital lines running up here and to the the Arduino, which is, by the way, this is Teensy 4.0. Like, you can use a pull-down menu to turn this into a joystick. This thing is way overpowered. It is a 600 megahertz processor. $20 for one of these things is not all that bad. Back in the day, we were spending $50 on Arduino Pros. And I actually have the Arduino Pro. FK Productions will know this thing from the Fire Cannon project. I don't... Actually, do I still have that one? So, the Fire Cannon project, we co-built a long time ago, FK Productions and I, and it got sold to some guys. I don't think they had a brain cell between all three of them, but it got sold to them, and they used it, I think, in some places. It used an Arduino Pro, which was the original, sort of redesigned and smallinated, basic stamp-sized Arduino that you could plug into a breadboard. And so I got the whole thing working, and everything was great and wonderful, and it shipped off. And it shipped off with something that looks like this. So they had a problem with it, and typically the problems with the fire cannon is somebody would go, it's not working, you did something stupid, why did you build it like this? And I'm like, are you on channel 0? Of course, everything is fine, it's not working. And I'd walk over to the MIDI controller, and I'd go, oh, you're on channel 1, let's go to channel 0. And then everything would work again, right? That was every problem that it had. The thing got sold, and then it didn't work for some reason, and I never knew why, but they sent it back to me, and they said, I put 12 volts into that little pin over there to try to turn it on. And I'm like, because these things are not 12 volts compatible. So I had to reprogram the whole thing from scratch. Luckily, my design was fairly straightforward. It just was buttons and relays and little delays and times and stuff like that. So it wasn't too bad to build back all that functionality. MIDI was a little bit of a weird thing to put back in. That poor protection diode. I don't even know what pins. It might have been pins that almost directly interfaced with the processor. That would have been a really good lesson in putting like Schottky diodes or whatever. Not Schottky's. Putting limiting Zener diodes on every single input to this fucking thing. I didn't know that somebody who had a hammer for a brain would try to repair it. But yeah, I had to reprogram it from scratch. Actually, that was I streamed a little bit of that, of the testing process. I had some streams for that. I've flown from Ohio to California to tighten a screw. I feel your pain. Oh my God. You hear about that a lot. Having to like go thousands of miles to reset something that somebody else could have done. Press a button on a server. So with all the pins all crooked, is this gonna still plug in? More or less. It doesn't feel great, but it does plug back in. It's all these are all jacked up because they're off by a little bit. They're not quite 0.1 inch spacing. And I kind of made them into that with slightly bendy inputs. This one could be a little flatter, but I don't think I'm not gonna sweat that right now. So really this thing needs to have a lot of room on either side. So maybe I put it like here. And that way I've got plenty of room on either side. And I can put another power plug perhaps over on this side. Depends on how I want to necessarily arrange things. There's going to be a lot of external plugs from this board. I think I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to lock it in right here, and we'll just deal with the consequences of what I've chosen. There may be consequences. I'm not sure. This could end up being a rat's nest. I really don't want it to be a rat's nest, though. I want it to be very organized, and I think the best way for me to keep it organized is to work on this on my own without you guys, because then I don't have to be a silly little guy when I'm building my circuits. It's good to have you guys around because it keeps me from being like totally shut in with this kind of work. What do you do? I'm a content creator. God, haircuts, listen, if you guys want to get into streaming, I would urge you not to. It makes haircuts the absolute most torturous thing in the world. You wonder why I have this glorious mane of hair. I really shouldn't. I look much better when I have it coiffed. Listen, the conversation with the haircutist, your hairstyle engineer, is really awkward. What do you say? Like, I'm a content creator. No, you're not. You're this like round guy you're like a beach ball with arms and legs. You're not a content creator. Content creators are hot. No, like I basically say, yeah, I do like engineering. It's like spreadsheets and stuff. Like, that's it. You have to lie. I watch for the consequences. Me reaping, me sowing. Yeah, I don't know what to tell them. It's I've got that. The one advantage that I have for being an old fogey on Twitch is that I do actually have a little bit of life under my belt. I was out there, pushing the spreadsheets around for 10 years before I started doing this. And to be honest, I really probably should have started streaming much earlier. I just wasn't in a situation where my life kind of lended itself to that. I needed a creative outlet for my projects because my projects are weird and zany and they're not boring and engineering. So I needed an outlet, and Twitch ended up being it. Streaming ended up being it, as opposed to blogging, which is where we thought everything was going for a while. If I started this 10 years ago, or, you know, earlier, I probably could have staked a pretty good claim. You know, getting out there as like one of the first. I feel like we're pretty unique on Twitch, although there's some people have been catching up, and especially Uo's Lab has me like super envious because he's out there doing all the zany shit that we used to do, like blowing shit up. Of course, he does do things that are completely cursed, and I don't think he's going to be very happy later in life if he does that. He made soup in a toilet, and we're not just talking like a new toilet, which is what I would have done. I would have bought a toilet. I would have gone out, bought a toilet, and then plugged it, and then made soup in it, and that would have been fine. He did it in a toilet that looks like a college toilet. I was gonna puke. I looked at the stream and I turned it off. I was like, nope. So envious of him, but also, boy, do I not have the gastrointestinal fortitude that he seems to parade. I don't know if he actually tried that steak, but he dry smoked, or cold smoked rather, a steak with hundreds of cigarettes. I'm not going to say 500 cigarettes, but it might have been 500 cigarettes. He tried it. He regretted it a lot. I actually met him when he was in Philly too. We ate at Tired Hands, which is the brewery that I have a couple of like trays from. That's how I organized projects, actually. It was a punch bowl the week before. It's fine. Ugh. Guys like you doing projects online provides a little bit of inspiration and some background conversation when I'm doing my projects. Yeah, that's good. That's what I think a lot of people do. What did I come back to? We are soldering the module testing module brain. This is going to be the workhorse. This is the powerhouse of the cell. This is the circuit board where all this stuff's going to happen. So, and I'm just talking about our type of content on Twitch and you know, life experience and just things that we generally want to pontificate about and have interesting conversations over. The thought of that makes me want to puke. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. And the problem is he cold smoked it. I don't think he did. I don't know if he did any research about. I think he said, "Ha, I made this thing to smoke 500 cigarettes for this funny meme. Now I'm going to put a piece of steak in it and smoke it." But that's not what smoking is. You're cooking it very slowly when you smoke it. When you smoke something, you have heat. That's an element of the smoke. I'm actually going to smoke something this weekend. I'm raring up to do that. I want to smoke something. I'm going to have to find a big slab of meat somewhere in the house. That's not just this guy right here. I'm going to have to find a big slab of meat because I want to get the smoker out and actually use it. I got a new wireless thermometer, and it's a Wi-Fi. So I can actually sit down here while things smoke and not and know the status. You had a flux bubble blow out the side of one of your joints, third from top view of camera. I don't think it's really going to matter that much. I'm probably going to end up going over a lot of these joints again, just because it yeah. Oh, there's a little. That's fine. I'm going to leave that alone. That's you know, I wouldn't pass that in a normal thing, but I'm going to be coming back with wires and connecting these things. So it'll gonna be okay. It'll be totally fine. Yeah, and by the way, I love him to death. Uo's Lab is a really cool channel. You guys should check him out. Really, really cool channel. I just can't. Raw steak that's been in the presence of cigarette smoke. I'm not going back to Grandma's house. Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys. You build dangerous devices in your basement lab. I'm not a terrorist. The problem is, all this work into modular synthesizer stuff is so that I can have some kind of ambient electronic intro that I can put into the show and have it also go to YouTube without YouTube crushing me under their thumb. Heel, I don't know, whichever one, so that they don't crush me. So I've been going forward with that. It's a whole thing. all the stuff we do on this channel is like a whole thing to itself. RC Cars, huge whole thing to itself. You know, the Burn the Subs is fortunately a little bubble of a project that doesn't involve 10,000 other things, but like Node-RED and all this other stuff, all the stuff that I involve, you know, force feedback steering wheels. Can you believe that this is a BMW turn signal? It requires a lot of involvement. Everything is like this huge, you know, as I started to get into modular synthesizers, and Julian was like, oh, don't buy from that guy anymore. They had a mental break, went full force fucking Nazi on the internet, put up a huge blurb on their website about how awful they are, and then just continued to sell products. And I'm like, wait, okay, I won't buy anything from that person. There's like lore behind these people. It's insane. It's just crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, I've been learning about the modular synthesizer stuff. In order to go forward from here and actually be able to build modules properly, I need to have something that's going to allow me to vet out all the modules. I'm getting very sick of giving Julian and Dave back a module, and they immediately hand it back to me and go, it doesn't work. And I'm like, well, it worked with my stuff, but my stuff isn't modular synthesizer stuff. My stuff is an engineering power supply or an oscilloscope. It's not a VCO. It's not a LFO. So I need something that does that. And that's why we're building this. And then in the process, I get to show off the method of creating modular circuit boards that are semi-permanent. This will do its job well into the future in this space. I am trying to instill you guys with all of the practices that I use on things like this. Spread out. So plenty of room. Big circuit boards. Wires are very simple. It's that kind of stuff. I forget, who is it? It's, you broke my brain, sorry. I really like how you use COTS components you could find on eBay and Amazon and tie them together. Yeah, that's kind of how you do this stuff. I mean, how else are you going to know? Like, if you're designing something, you shouldn't. I mean, I'm sure people have, and I think I have in the past, jumped into using something without vetting it out. Vetting something out is very important. You want to know how to use the device and if it actually meets all of your needs. So you need to prototype. And so that's part of what this whole buying the COTS board is. Now, to be fair, I could like design a PCB and then I would copy these designs onto the PCB and maybe alter some things depending on what I could source. There's a lot of support components on these things though. So it's easier for me to just whip them up onto a board and just use them from there. I'm trying to be simple about that. What was I doing? The No-No company. Who is that? The No-No board. I don't know who it is. Our distribution board. Who are you? Identify yourself. I don't know. I can't see a manufacturer in there. When I'm looking up products, I'll know them, but looking for a new Temple OS for the lulz. Temple OS is fairly unique for the type of craziness that happened. I don't know if you're going to be able to find another glowy OS. Yeah, the Temple OS story is a fairly interesting one. Yeah, I'm not designing for manufacturer, but if I was, you know, I could source these components, I could place them down. If I was actually designing this for manufacturer, by the way, I would be using a codec because then I could interface with the microcontroller and I could run 8 channels. If I did manufacture this, I would probably still be using the TNC4 just so that it's got like universal open source software on it. Because I think, you know, I can't, let's be honest, I'm not going to be able to come up with every single individual test that people would want to run with a design like this. I would have a simpler software that's more catered to my needs. I would rather release that open source and then people could modify their own to make it do stuff. But who knows? It's a whole bag of worms that I don't want to jump into. Several years ago, a renter next door to me was moving and didn't have a place for their smoker. Smoking is fun. It's basically you just set everything up and just set it and you just leave it alone and it turns all of that tough collagen and stuff into basically jello, And so you've got your meat jello that's got all these wonderful smoky cancer flavors on it. It's great. It's really wonderful. I enjoy smoking oregano. I don't think it's actually oregano that you're smoking. I think you've been duped. I think you've been duped. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find a big slab of beef this weekend. No, I'm gonna try to find like a big piece of meat and throw that into the smoker and see what I can do. Get in trouble. Make a bunch of meat. I think I don't have much to do after this. We've spent virtually 4 hours, 4 hours and 7 minutes, just kind of goofing off on a Friday, and I appreciate you guys hanging out. It took me a moment to learn how to make smoking work for me. Use sticks and chunks, not pellets. I had trouble with opening up the smoker, and that would break the heat, and then it would turn into an 8-hour smoke. I think what I need to do is soak the chips, make sure there's a lot of chips, soak them very well. It's an electric smoker, so if I soak the chips, apparently they'll last longer, and I won't have to redo the chips in the middle of the smoke. In addition to that, I think maybe just leaving it alone and not putting more chips in might be totally fine, because it'll still have all the smoky flavors, and I just don't open the door. Because this thing is one of those, I think Cuisinart or something, I forget one of the names, but it's just like a box. It's just a filing cabinet, but it's got a big front door. So if I open up the big front door, all that heat's just out of there. So I no longer cook with the smoke. I do 2 hours of smoke, either charcoal oven or what the hell is a manteca? That sounds cool. To completely cook the internal temperature. Interesting. I do the wireless thermometer, throw it all in the smoker, and I think now the way to do it, that's pork lard. Oh, that's kind of cool. That sounds actually really good. Throw it all in there and just leave it alone. And I think that's the way that I should do it. Listen, many of us here are gentlemen of a particular age who have chosen that smoking meat was their entire personality, because that's what our generation did. That's what we've done. We've decided that I am now a meat smoker. Pellet smoker changed my game. Just got here. What are you soldering, smoking? You smoking your meat with flux? Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to outdo Uwo's lab, and I'm actually smoking my meat in radiation by using forever chemicals that will permanently enter my blood as a Twitch challenge. And so I'm going to die. And the only way to one-up Uwo's lab in terms of content is to actually just fucking die. I'm going out the way I came into the world, by soldering. Live by the solder, die by the solder. He died doing what he loved, screaming. Yeah, my brother is a pellet smoker, which is probably why he gave me his cold smoker. And then I need to modify the cold smoker onto the hot smoker. And that way I could smoke and just get the smoke and all the smoke, and then I just, dead. Who has plot armor? The writers have him in season 6. He's fine. He's going to be fine. He's been doing interviews. It's just, he'll be fine. AV Fusion gifted a sub to Watchmakering. Hey, thank you for gifting the sub. From what I understand, Watchmakering streams, right? Do you stream? If you stream, everybody go check out that stream. Watch as I solder, drip solder. You don't. Okay, so nobody watch it. Nobody even pay attention to Watchmakering. You do have some ideas. We have a couple people that are putting together ideas to potentially start streaming in my Discord. So check out my Discord if you guys get a chance. It'll go up in just a second because I am wrapping up. I've been reading books on immersive theater. I read books on plot before doing. Just clicked on your room. From a singular quote mark? Is that the name? Wait, there's no name. There's no name. Oh my God. Yeah, the shop is actually kind of a co-star to the stream. It's everything that I own in life. I have this one room and a bedroom, and that's all I own. That's everything. That and the car that's rusting down to the earth. I would love to have the ability to do a big car project with you guys. That would be really cool. I don't have the budget, unfortunately. or the setup. The setup wouldn't be too hard, but I would love to like electrify something weird. Like my BMW wagon, just throw a couple electric motors in there. Anyway, so yeah, the shop is a little bit of a co-star. It's just all of my stuff kind of set up. I built it up over the course of like decades, literal decades. It used to be a little bit more portable than it is, but when we moved here, we were able to redo an exercise room. See, that's working out really well. Redo an exercise and file storage room and make it into sort of my own little streaming setup. There's a couple of people that are doing something similar in my Discord. Speedy Cat is one of them. He's buying and buying and buying stuff. He's putting together like an incredibly immersive, just sort of like stream area where he plans on doing, I guess, synthesizer stuff. Some other things there too. I mean, if you're interested, like join the Discord, check it out. Okay, so that was a YouTube exploit. YouTube tricked me into using my full real name. So now everybody just knows my name. There's like no point in getting doxxed anymore. It's just all out there. It sucks. It's like, why did you make me use my name? And you can tell the people who got duped because you look in the comments section and you've got like Glug and Gorge and like Phoebe Crusher 999, and then you have like Paul Emerson, and it's like, Paul, what'd you do? You messed up. Like, yeah, well, as a content creator, I try to keep things distant from you guys. I let you guys in way too much. I'm a small content creator, and I'm not like one of the big guys. The big guys like keep everybody at an arm's length. That's, you know, they get into that parasocially kind of thing, whereas it's a little bit more social with me. I remember who you people are. Like Runekar Snowpen. Literally, if you know Swedish, this is a very funny joke. But anyway, so they stopped harassing you about personal information. Yeah, it's, look, chat guessed my birthday year down to the year. Sorry, my birthday down to the year based on the pop culture references that I was making. I'm just glad, like, Visible Sky isn't out there. You guys know my time zone. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Philadelphia. I'm in Philadelphia, which could be at like a 300-mile radius around Philly. Let's just be honest. But you guys get like the day-night cycle and you listen for like airplanes going by and you're like, wait, I heard that airplane. I know where they are. Yeah, I need to edit the name on the Google account. I haven't done that in a while. EST ain't much of a dox if you live in the US. Yeah, I guess so. Chad employed a spy cat. Yeah, so one day, this is many years ago, I was working on the computer. I was editing, I think I was editing the second video ever on my channel, and I hear, ah, it was like a rough meow, and I'm like, wait, did I leave a tab open? I left a tab open with a cat video in it. Start looking through tabs. And then I look, I forget how I noticed it, but there was an orange cat in this window just staring at me. That doesn't happen anymore. We got a dog, and I think the orange cat was from like an adjacent neighborhood. We don't know of anybody in the neighborhood that has an orange cat. I saw it 2 or 3 times, and the second time I went up to the deck and I peeked out and I said, hey, what's up, bud? And the cat looked at me and hissed for like a quarter of a second and then turned back around. And I was like, I'm not going to deal with this. You can tell that the cat's around because all the birds start chirping crazy. They're like, there's a fucking cat. We're all going to die. Love Philly. My Uber driver there complained for the entire 45-minute trip about other drivers. There's an interesting phenomenon when you're driving into Philly from where I am. Many miles down a road that I'm off of, there's a line. There's a line, and I think it's County Line Avenue, City Line Avenue, interestingly enough. But when you cross this line, all of a sudden, all the rules of the road are gone. They're just gone. And you do stuff like pulling into the oncoming lane and blowing by people at 1,000 miles an hour, and none of it matters. I got 1 ticket once, and that ticket was for running a red light. And I went in to the court, and they had everybody who has this level of ticket, please stand. I was like, all right. This is between you and the filing cabinet. We just want you to pay, and no points, nothing. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So went over and paid. One guy wanted to fight it, and I'm like, dude, you're making a mistake. They basically just want their money, and that's it. And it wasn't even that much money. It was like maybe $100 ticket or something. So it's like, all right, cool. I'm just going to fund the Philadelphia police and get the fuck out of here. But somebody thought it would be this whole thing. And like, I definitely did not want to get points on my license. First time I got a ticket was doing 61 and 45. The cop flirted with me and then gave me a warning. That's nice. BMW driver, never get a warning. They always assume that you can pay the ticket. I got a 111 and a 55 on my final day of college, and that was fun to fight. I went into the court, and it was one of these suburban courts, and the cop was mad at me because of the speed that he got me at, and I was very humble. And he basically angrily told me that the judge didn't want to see anybody in their chambers that day. And so they dropped it down to 75, and I got a couple points on my license a long time ago. They're gone. And it was shoveled under the carpet, and I didn't have to lose my license and get rides from friends. Whew. I had a cop pull me over to check out my car. I've heard of that happening. I had one cop tell me, like, oh, did you rent this car? I'm like, what are you talking about? I know of Fran Lab. I do not know Fran from Fran Lab, but I know of. And every time I see a video, Flatulent Gonad linked me to a Fran Lab video, and I was like, oh, that's right. She sounds familiar. She's from Philly. Yeah, she's real cool. I don't know much about. So okay, I don't get that close to content from other content creators because I don't want to take on their memes. You know, the best example I have with this. That just threw a little piece of solder in my face, is AVE. She does modular synths. I didn't even know that. Damn. AVE, like, if you look at the AVE subreddit, everybody's trying to talk like that Northern Canadian weirdo. It ruins it. And, like, I've caught myself using some of those memes while talking to you guys on camera. I don't want to do that. So I try to kind of stay in my lane and keep it away. Like, I don't want to watch these people that I admire because then I'll take on their jokes. And, you know, we want to have our own jokes here. We only have one, but we're working on another one. We'll get a second joke someday. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. He might be weird, but he's a wise dude. He was a little unhinged around the pandemic era, so I don't know. I found a video. I subbed to you. It was a PC build. Was it the first, second, or third? I've gone through some phases of PCs, and the latest one was where I nickel-plated stuff. We went crazy with that thing. That thing still works just fine. 6 months ago, so yeah, that was this one. Whoa, that's that one right there. There it is. It's working. I don't want to show my computer screen. I don't know what's up with my computer right now. I kind of just left it alone. Don't mind the squirt bottle that's sitting right in front of it because it happens to siphon just a little bit of air. I don't know where the air is coming from. I think it's maybe evaporating through the tubes, but I keep getting like big bubbles in the thing. I have to constantly tilt the thing around. I remember skimming through it because it was 5-hour VODs, but it looks so fucking clean. It did come out pretty nice, that build. Fran did the pedals for REM back in the 90s. What the that's awesome. That's crazy. What the hell? Michael Stipe is like a gear hound. He loves his weird gear. He's been known and quoted to love all the, you know, oh, a new toy. So that's pretty cool. I didn't know Fran did that. I don't know Fran. I don't know if Fran even knows of me. We had Strange Parts, friend of the show. Don't know him personally, but I ended up jumping onto his show for when they were talking joysticks and stuff. And Strange Parts, like, sort of did a flyby of the channel. It's pretty cool. I don't know anybody who's on that I should be rating into. I would, at some point, like to be doing some work with Blender. It would be fun to be doing Blender. I don't know what I'm doing with Blender. Like, I don't know the first thing about Blender. I know how to use a blender. I can hit the speed setting. I can chop up, like, hot peppers and make them relish. Tech Tangents. Maybe you guys check out Tech Tangents. But we could do a Blender stream, maybe. Maybe you guys would have stuff to teach me, because I want to get one of those car bodies, the 1/24th RC car bodies, ready to go, so I can print it on the new printer, which I was looking at VODs. That printer is like months old now. Where did all that time go? Holy shit. But I do want to get like a major print out of that thing. I want to get a car body out of it, because I want to race around my stupid little RC car like a big man baby. Yeah, anyway. All right. Yeah, I think I've drawn out the end of stream discussion a little bit. I had a lot of weird stuff on my mind. Let's see. I can look at Twitch, but I'm not making any promises. What is this alert? What is this alert? Ads manager has been updated. Oh no. No. I will fight ads as adamantly as you guys do on this channel. My love of Twitch stems from people supporting creators directly. I don't like advertisements. I very much do. It's weird because I've got one of my moderators works in advertising. I'm sorry, Fatanon, I'm sorry. But I really dislike ads. And, you know, we do such niche stuff. I once got an ad for 3D printer filament. And I was elated. I was like, this is actually relevant. I don't think the brand was crap either. I think they were a decent brand, but it was like the first time I had a targeted ad actually like be relevant. But generally they are an annoyance. And so I'm trying to keep them out as much as I can. The ads that you guys get, I can't turn off. So that's just how it is. All right, anyway, here's the end card. I think I'm done for the day. And so there is the link to Twitter. I'm going to dead name that until Elon Musk acknowledges his trans daughter. And I'm also on Discord. And so the Discord is where I'm going to be spending most of my time over the weekend. And let's just check Twitch. So I had, God, I feel like it would be so funny. Queen Ella's on doing Tavern Manager Simulator. And like, there's a couple other channels up here. Garek Durak is actually also somebody who kind of did a flyby of the show. They've got about an equal number of viewers as we have right now. So you respect trans people. How can you not? Like it's so stupid out there these days. Some of these streamers have the knock feature turned on, and it would be so funny. Like, what if I knocked on Tomato's stream? He would disown any memory of me and he would just absolutely like, oh man, that would erode so much goodwill if I knocked on his stream, because he considers like it a kind of a performance. That would be like if somebody was up on stage and I just walked onto stage. Could you imagine that? Yeah, knock being enabled by default is so weird. And if somebody did it to my stream, I don't know if I'd be aware of it, because I don't really look at the stream like control page. What a dumb feature. Why did they come up with that feature? Why? I guess Twitch just they work for the sake of working. What a note to end on, though. But I mean, could you imagine like somebody's giving a presentation and they're nailing it. They're like, yeah, this is my presentation. I'm doing great. I'm getting there. I'll ask for questions in a minute. And then you just walk in. It's like it's psychotic behavior is what it is. All right, I'm done. We're gonna hit end on the stream here, and I will catch you guys on Tuesday unless something comes up, because I'm master of the house until Wednesday, which means I have to do everything around here. There's usually a little bit of wiggle room, and that's why streaming, you know, was a good thing. But we'll see. Call in is good, but it's opt-in. The knocking is only for streamers that can do it. I don't understand. Yeah, it's something like, retro for the knock jokes. It's so weird. It's so disruptive. I guess you can probably just ignore it. Does it do anything on stream? Like, would it get on camera somehow? I don't think so. You may see it in like the activity feed, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to test that out, because it's like, it seems dumb. Call in lets you run a talk show and have callers like on the radio. Oh, is that actually a feature? So call in is also a feature? I guess it has its uses, but still. All right, anyway. I'm done. My dog is going to explode if I don't take her for a walk right now. So I will catch you guys later. Until then, we're going to figure out what this button does.